of African Americans live in those zip codes. So if that's happening, then we know that there's been growth and development in other, I'm not sure why the clicker decided not to work all of a sudden. But there's been a lot of diversity and increasing diversity in North Omaha. So I wanted to stop there for a second. Just wanted to give the set as far as North Omaha. We'll have a whole lot more data as we go through it. But at this time, Jonathan, let's switch over to David Droz, his presentation on state of African Americans. David is with Community Health Development Partners. He was initially with UNO when he started doing these research updates. He's recognized across the country for the work that he does with census and trending and data. Let's please welcome David Droz.
Thanks so much. So that slide that Willie just shared was something that we went through last year. And last year's presentation at this meeting was focused on the 2020 census results. And that was one of them that showed up. So I have that presentation and can email it to anybody who wants to see it. Maybe some of those other slides will be shown. But today's presentation is instead going to focus on, for the Omaha Metro, what the statistics for Black or African American are showing, as opposed to North Omaha specifically for the total population of North Omaha. So again, this is just going to be a very quick look at the data. There's a lot more detail that we can go into. But again, this first slide is always an important one because it has my contact information on there. So, reach out anytime. For example, since I have so much data compiled, Willie needed some stat late last night, and I was able to get it in about 15 seconds because I already had it compiled, downloaded, and just had to pull up the file and ship it his way. So I can do that kind of thing. If you see anything interesting that you want to see replicated, just feel free to reach out. Again, just very happy to help. Been doing this kind of thing for a long time, so it's just positive to be here. So, all right, let's see if I can figure this out here, where we point at exactly. Just very quickly on Community Health Development Partners, since we are a relatively new firm, we're focusing in medically underserved areas, whether that's urban or rural. So our founders have some background in working with incentives, so that helps us bring medical facilities to places that are underserved. So we're focusing out in some parts of the rural southwestern United States as well as across the country. So that's our goal. We are centered here in Omaha, about 48th and Center. Have about 25 employees and 6 projects currently under development. So that's just really quickly on us. So to give Omaha a summary, it seems like there's some good pieces, maybe only one bad piece, and then quite a few are mixed. So just to kind of give you the overall summary takeaways, and then we'll see the exact graphs. But I think one of the keys is that everybody in this room can be happy about, proud of, for all the work that's been done over these last 15 years or so, is that we are continuing to see the outcomes of those efforts primarily in poverty falling, okay? And that's probably one of the most desired goals and outcomes that there is. But we'll see poverty currently is at its lowest level since at least 1990. That's as far back as I can easily go and grab the stats. And we're now pretty much right at the US average. So that's good to see. Also on a positive trend, we're seeing relatively more among family types, there's relatively more married couples. And typically when you have 2 income earners, that again just helps dollars stretch further. So this is a positive trend. I can show you that in the numbers, why it matters. Because when you look at rates of poverty for a married couple who's Black here in Omaha, less than 10%. Okay, but if you look at a single parent mom in this situation, almost 40%. So you got a 30 percentage point gap there in those poverty rates for those 2 situations. So again, as we can move the needle, move the pie more towards those married couple situations, poverty will also fall. Okay, on the bad side, the one thing that hasn't really turned around is on home ownership. And there can be a lot of reasons for this. We know right now the inventory is very tight, especially for first-time home buyers. But there is a larger gap now versus the U.S. average for Black home ownership than we've seen in the past. So that's the one that hasn't turned the corner, even though most other stats are trending in a positive direction. Mixed items, bachelor's degrees. was below the average. That's where we started. Then we kicked up higher than U.S. average for black bachelor's degrees here in Omaha, but now again it's slipped a little bit. So we're right about the average overall. So that's why I call it mixed. It's kind of moving around and not a real definite trend on how that's working. Okay. We also have had a really large decline in unemployment. That'll be apparent on the graph, but now it's kind of leveled out and steadied out. We are at a really good level, below 10%, and you'll see that how that compares historically. But there hasn't been a whole lot of change here these last couple of years, and some of that could be COVID related, but you'll see how we're now more similar to U.S. average. And finally, for black health insurance rates, they have declined regarding not having health insurance, but it is still above the U.S. average. So that is one where there kind of remains a gap. I don't have a slide on that, but that's one that I did want to point out as far as kind of being a mixed trend where it's positive and down, but still above U.S. average. So we have that gap there. Okay, so on my slides, I always try to put a takeaway line at the top so you can focus there as far as kind of like how to frame it, and then the actual title in italics, the next line down, and then we'll throw in the graph here. So this is, all these graphs are going to be aligned the same way with Omaha in orange and the US average kind of in gray. Along the bottom axis, you'll see the time frames starting typically in 1990 and then coming to the present. So we used to get data every 10 years off the census. Now we get them annually, but it's based upon a 5-year accumulation of surveying to be accurate. Okay, so the farthest right point, while it ended in 2021 calendar year, the data collection actually started in 2017. So it's a 5-year window to release one relatively more accurate number. But we can put them all together so you can see this trend line. And obviously the two lines are going down after having peaked out in the Great Recession. And you can see kind of on the left-hand side how Omaha was quite a bit above the US average, but now we're really close together. So it's the smallest gap since 1990, and we're within 1% of US average. So pretty much right on national average there. And you can see we have never been that close in the last 30 years or so. So that's good. Did want to point out that again, some of the work started when World Herald started this series reporting on black poverty rates. And that was based off the 2005 ACS alone, okay, just 1 year rather than a 5-year aggregate. So that we found in later data as it's come out that number was an outlier. Okay, so if you hear the statistic that Omaha has the highest black poverty rate in the country, that's not true. It really was never true. That was just a bad data point, a bad sample. Okay, so if you ever hear that stat that we're highest in the country, it's not the case. Okay, and as you can see, we're pretty much right on U.S. average for the overall. Okay, so that's on poverty. I mentioned about married couples being the another positive trend. So here's kind of a look at how those 5-year timeframes have changed. So kind of starting back in 2010 or so, and then coming mid-decade, and now this most current look for 2021 year. It's grown almost 1,000 married couple families in that time frame, or about 6 percentage points when you look at it that way. So it's trending upward and in the right direction. When you look at how we would rank among the top 100 metros in black population, again, we were kind of in the 15 lowest, or the flip of that is 85th best, and now we're becoming better and better on this measure to our almost right at again national average or 50th ranking among the top 100 metros. And I wanted to just put the poverty rankings side by side with that because we saw poverty coming down. So again, poverty was the same, 85th best back in 2010. Came about into the 60s in middle of decade, and now we're almost at 50th best. So those two are patterning pretty directly together. And just want to make the point that so much of economic development focuses on jobs and unemployment and training and skills. Well, this social component on the family side is another way to address poverty, to address some of the issues that we face. So there's kind of this social component. That's a form of economic development too, if you can provide family support and whatever improving the family looks like, does have an impact, again, for multiple earners within a family, impacts poverty. Okay, so everybody likes maps, so I always like to at least put one map in here. So I just wanted to note, again, when we talk about gaps, and pretty much everybody knows where it's at here in the Omaha area, but this is a look at, well, what portion of children are living in married couple families? Okay, so the white or the low shades, that's less than 60% of kids are in a married couple situation, and you can see how that centers along eastern Douglas and Sarpy County. Okay, the red shade is the highest, and that's basically along the 180th Street or 204th Street corridor. Okay, the reason why I show this map, beyond the fact that people like to look at, well, where am I located and how does it look, is that I could show you this exact same map for having households with higher income. It would look exactly the same. Okay, so that income's relation to poverty and family status is very closely related. So that's just a point that I want to make on there. So again, if you want to see that other map, I can send it to you along with all these slides. Okay, so next major item that we always like to look at is home ownership. And this is the one that has not quite been going in the right direction for us. So again, we can see US average on the top has kind of always been above Omaha, but it kind of bottomed out middle of the decade and has started to trend higher, whereas Omaha has continued to kind of stay low, and this newest data point is the lowest in the series. So that's the one that hasn't turned the corner. Again, it's hard to understand why. We do have about an 8% gap on average if you look at all the numbers, just to kind of frame it for you. And then, one theory I have is that, sometimes when you're coming out of a poverty situation, you have to start at square one. And for one of those aspects could be whether or not you have a vehicle. And that is something that we are seeing is going down within North Omaha and the Omaha Metro specifically, is we're seeing fewer households without a vehicle. So those numbers are coming down, and maybe as that kind of gets to a good point and people save up for a down payment and all those kinds of things that have to happen, eventually we should see this number turn around, but it just hasn't done so yet, so that's kind of just have to report that way. Okay. Next stat is on the education. So same type of thing that I mentioned, we were below US average, and then education was the first thing that kind of turned around, where we saw us going above US average, and that really helped people's employment situations. And now it's slipped just a little bit. So you can see the US line trending upward in each and every period, and Omaha's come down just a little bit. I'll have an explainer for that in a couple of slides. But I think the main takeaway as you look at it, if we can get this to advance, sometimes it's hard to know where to point on these things. It seems like it might have locked up here for a second, but we're right at US average. Jonathan, if you could tap it maybe maybe it'll go, tap down, but just like for Willie, it seemed to have stopped going. There we go. Okay, so overall, the whole period average, we're pretty much right at the US average. Okay, so that's, again, a good situation, a good place to be, and we can see it's up and down from time to time. All right, unemployment. I mentioned again, we had this large drop, and at the start of the period, back in the late 2000s, we were, had popped above US average for unemployment, but then we really came down quickly, and now we've kind of again hit this low level, about 8%, and that's where it stayed, while the US average has continued to tick down just a little bit. So what I want to point out on this one is that we have been below 10% for a number of years now. So this is not some like aberration. It's not a one-time thing. It really has come down nicely and has stayed low. And it's better than at the time of the 2000 census, when that unemployment rate was about 10%. So if you think back to 2000, that's when the tech boom had happened, and some of our best economic times had been in the 2000 timeframe. So to be below that now and consistently below it, I think is, again, another point that we can know is a true change. Something has, all the work that's being done is having an impact, and we're seeing that show up in the numbers. Okay. All right, just finishing up here, have one on another trend that's maybe not as well known, and that is the rise in a foreign-born population. Okay, so we can see that this trend line, Omaha had stayed pretty much at US average for a long period of time, and now just these last couple of years, we've kind of kicked higher than US average. Okay, so last year when I talked about North Omaha specifically, we have seen it rise in especially Asian population, including Burmese and other nationalities. And then we've also have a growing Hispanic Latino population in North Omaha. Again, that's not always really well known, but the data bear that out. So part of that, and then this one in specifically is looking at foreign-born Black population. Okay, so I have some stats here on where those countries are. But this is a trend that you're saying it's going to impact other numbers. So again, last year I showed a slide where when we look at foreign-born population, the statistics are just a little bit more challenging. So relatively lower levels of education, lower levels of income, higher unemployment, higher poverty, more food stamp or SNAP use. So this could be one of the reasons why that bachelor's degree, if you remember, had ticked down just a little bit. And we see that this could impact because the foreign-born population, typically only about 50% have a high school diploma. Okay, so that is kind of pulling down, as we see this trend rising, it's kind of pulling down on the bachelor's degrees, for example. So these things are all kind of interrelated. All right, so when you look for specific areas, and these are how census defines it for being Western Africa, Eastern Africa, etc., and it's growing up across all the three time frames for each location, but the primary ones would be in Western Africa with like Nigeria, Eastern Africa with Somalia. Those are the two major components of foreign-born Black. Not listed on this little table are some other areas such as the Caribbean, France, but these are Omaha numbers for where our foreign-born Black population was their country of origin. So again, it's kind of up across the board, but some more so than others. Okay. Final slide for me is to show you a little bit on business stats. I kind of have to pull these types of things in my day job now, so I wanted to share them. And this is taking a look, rather than North Omaha specifically, it's kind of for Eastern Omaha. So extending from North Omaha all the way down to Northern Bellevue in Sarpy County. So for those 8 zip codes, we see some pretty large differences in the relative access of health and other types of recreation and health facilities. So you could look at doctors' offices on the top line. This is turned into rates per 100,000 people. So in Eastern Omaha, about 24 per 100,000, and it's more than double that in the rest of Douglas and Sarpy County. You can look at the others for PT and OT, mental health, and mental health treatment centers. Again, the relative access for Eastern Omaha is a third to half of what it is in the rest of Douglas and Sarpy County. So that's a big difference. And, I think part of the focus of, where some of the ARPA spending might take place or just some of the other development activities and focuses as they move forward. So that's it for me. I thank you for your time and attention, and I will turn it back to Willie or whoever is going to lead us next. So thanks so much, but do reach out anytime.
All right, can we appreciate David Droz once again for such comprehensive data? Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Jonathan Chapman, and I have the honor and pleasure of serving at the Empowerment Network. And my bonus pleasure this morning is introducing you to our next 2 presenters. So we're going to invite Ms. Precious McKesson of the North Omaha Neighborhood Alliance to come on up and have a seat, as well as Pastor Brian Page of the Baptist Pastors Ministers Conference. Come on up, and you all can have a seat. And Precious, you're up first.
Look, like I don't know how to do this, y'all. I'm sorry. Good morning, everyone. Again, Precious McKesson with North Omaha Neighborhood Alliance. I'm just going to give a quick update on what's been going on and what we're looking forward to for neighborhoods. NONA continues to partner with local organizations and neighborhood associations to assist our community members. Most recently, we joined with North Omaha Community Partnership and other partners in assisting, and churches, forget, with Legacy Crossing, assisting with moving residents, providing assistance as needed. In February, we will be most likely back assisting those who have found permanent housing to move their items from the storage units that they are in currently to their new homes. I'm also currently working with Kimra Snipes from SONA. I always want to give a shout out to, we have 2 women who are running neighborhood alliances in South Omaha, as well as 24th Street Corridor Alliance with Councilwoman Johnson. So this work is not just specifically in one location. This is all over the city. But we're currently working with Kimra, with Sona Breefool, with Spark, Paul Allen with First Sky Omaha, and Amy Huffless with the Nebraska Urban Indian Coalition. We're working together to assist the residents in talking about the issues that are happening at the OHA towers, specifically Evans Towers. So gathering data that is needed and being a community resource to assist them. Holding conversations with OHA officials. Joni Poor has assigned us to a staff at OHA, and we will meet soon to discuss the next steps on how we can further assist them, as well as be voices for their residents as neighborhood leaders. Nona will finally go back to in-person meetings. We will begin February 23rd from 6 to 7:30. Our location is currently pending. We always look for a location that is consistent, and we stay there throughout the entirety of the year. We will meet only February, April, June, August, and October. So we're skipping months. As we always continue to participate in our neighborhood cleanups, our spring and fall cleanup with the assistance of the Keep Omaha Beautiful partnership with all the neighborhoods, Eric Bergen, and at Skinner Magnet. That's where we will hold it most likely in May and October. Dates have not been confirmed. I'm also working with OPPD, as we've been working with Jamie, to identify neighborhoods that we can host some type of neighborhood cleanups, just some getting those communities more involved, the ones that are normally not, I always say are not, or sometimes overlooked. You know, we have our key neighborhoods that we always focus on. I think I said this maybe 2 or 3 years ago. I was exiting from 24th Street because I felt 24th Street was taken care of. There's enough people in that area, and we need to focus on really going to our into our other neighborhoods, making sure that those neighborhoods are safe and clean. Dumpster days, just got from Jonathan, he told me Dumpster Days will be coming back. That's a partnership with Habitat for Humanity, Nona, Empowerment Network, and our faith community village zones. And we host those dumpster days in different church parking lots. So Jonathan is confirming those dates, and we'll have those soon. And we'll go back to hosting a shred day. So we're trying to really build our count to really help people clean out their homes, like get rid of all these different things. We know during COVID, it was really good to have these dumpster days and these shred days, but we're going to continue those in May and September. And we will also be participating in the National Neighborhood NUSA Conference, which will be held in El Paso, May 24th through 27th. I happen to be the president of that board now. We hosted the conference in 2017 here in Omaha. And we've been asked again to see if we can approach the city to possibly host again in 2025. So we are working on that. And as well, again, we will continue to support the community where we see us fit as we start our strategic plan for the next 5 years. So that's all I have for updates. Yeah.
Okay, I'm good. Okay, thanks. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Brian Page, pastor of the Pleasant Green Baptist Church and president of the Baptist Pastors Ministers Conference here in Omaha, which makes up some Baptist clergy, the clergy faith here in the city of Omaha. Thank you to Brother Barney and for opportunity to share today from a faith-based perspective, and to all the other panelists that will be coming after us here in a few more minutes. And so the topic that Brother Barney had asked just to touch on was a couple things. One, what is the state of the church in North Omaha, positives, gaps, and the role of the church. And so in these few minutes, the role of the church is to give spiritual leadership to the congregants and to the communities. That's our ultimate role, and that's what we've been called to do, not only church, but all the faith-based organizations that reside in Omaha and North Omaha. That's our number one priority, is to give spiritual leadership to the congregants in our community. The second thing we've been tasked to do in the faith-based organizations is to be a resource for our community, not just only to give spiritual leadership, but we've been mandated to feed the hungry, clothe the naked, and to take care of all God's children. And so a positive would be, we had a lot of positives in 2022, which I'm so excited to share, because now there was a time when faith-based organizations would not advertise or share through social media platforms, because we wanted to we were humble and wanted to keep it, we didn't want to tell what we're doing. But I'm glad through social media now we're able to, all the faith-based organizations in here that serve the North Omaha community, we now have access to social media. So we're able to let the community know the various things that are taking place in our community. And as you've seen over the past 2022 we've seen there was a food shortage, but by the grace of God, a lot of faith-based organizations really stepped up. What they've been doing for many years is now we got the opportunity to see what they were doing with the food pantries, providing toiletries, various organizations like Interdenominational Minister Alliance. We had New Era Baptist State Convention and many others who provided food pantries or a source of food opportunities for our community when they needed it, whether that be through gift card or through just baskets and food. We also saw faith-based organizations help out with the health in our community by way of collaboration and partnership with United Healthcare, Douglas County, NOAA, Charles Drew, where a lot of faith-based houses hosted vaccination clinics, influenza shots, COVID boosters, mental health, whatever need the churches are faith-based was available to help our community in that area as well. And also we saw in far as clothing, this year we see back to school, there's a lot of churches or faith-based houses that have clothing closets. So if someone needs something, whether it's a coat, gloves, shoes, that they were able to come to the house, the faith-based house. So it's not only providing spiritual leadership, but also providing needs of the people. And one thing I saw this past, like back to school, a lot of organizations, backpack drives, shoes, like for example, Pleasant Green Baptist Church and Greater St. Paul, Pastor Shannon was able to give brand new shoes to our community, brand new, probably two organizations alone probably gave out over 500 pairs of shoes, backpack drives. So just faith-based houses are now kind of reaching out into the community to provide not only spiritual leadership, but also, resources. And so those are just a few things. I mean, voter registration, the Organization of Baptist Pastors Conference and IMA organize candid panels for politicians to come in and share their vision and what their goals are for our community. And so we had those this past year in 2022 as well. And so what would be some of the gaps? We talked about the role of the church. I believe that in order for us to continue as faith-based houses, worship centers, three things I believe we got to do, continue to do. That could be a gap, but also we're closing the gap. And those three things are collaboration, credit, and community. Collaboration, that's huge. We have to, as faith-based organizations, we have to be willing to collaborate with different denominations, different faiths, not only outside the houses of worship as well, be able to collaborate with organizations who are already doing the work. We just need to come alongside of them so we can take back that information and give it to our community. So there's collaboration, but then there's credit. And we probably think that has nothing to do with finances. It really has to, if we're going to collaborate, we cannot worry who gets the credit. We have to make sure that we're all in this together. So we got to be willing to collaborate, put down, whether if we have egos or pride. And so when we do that, when we collaborate, it only makes our community better. So we got to continue to collaborate as faith-based houses of worship, collaborate. We have to, don't worry about who gets the credit. And last C is, it's all about community. And so if we do those three, continue to do those three things, we will make our community stronger and build on the platforms that many presenters that are coming behind us are already doing. We can just kind of build on and just come alongside to assist and help, because it's all about our community at the end of the day. Oh, please turn the mic on. Oh, okay.
All right, one more time. Let's thank the neighborhood representation from Precious McKesson and faith-based representation from Pastor Page. We really appreciate the leadership of the faith community. They're doing a lot of work. So we always want to pause and recognize what is going on. Last year, Pastor Cabot gave an update from some of the health work that she's been doing and many others around the pandemic, and so many other pastors that are doing that work. So we appreciate them. We want to transition now. The last couple years, we've been virtual, mainly because of the pandemic. And we've gone pretty deep into some of the health reports. Those will be coming up here in a few minutes. But I want to shift gears now, and definitely as we pray about some of the things that are happening across our country in Memphis and others. I've had the opportunity to work with some of the police departments now in Kansas City, in conversations with Tulsa and Little Rock and Chicago and others. And I'm really grateful that we are here in the city of Omaha. It's not perfect, but I can tell you that we have a leader that's committed to community. And when things do arise, that he's willing to work with the community side by side to get things solved. Okay. So with that, I'd like to bring up and give an opportunity to the police chief, Chief Todd Smotter. He's been here every year since he's been chief to give a comprehensive update of what's happening around gun violence, but beyond that, police community relations. Let's please welcome Chief Todd Smotter.
Morning, everyone. So if you don't mind, I would like to start with my perspective as chief of police of a major city. Right now, I'm the second longest serving major city chief in the country. So I think my perspective carries a little bit of weight. I want to talk a little bit about what we saw yesterday on the Memphis Police Department, what we saw across the nation on those videos. First of all, there shouldn't really be any debate on tactics or officer safety or anything like that. That was a crime that we witnessed. And I'm glad they took swift action to make arrest and charges. But from my perspective as chief, I want to go over a couple areas that I saw. One, the unit that the officers were working in was called a Scorpion unit. Not sure why we need to have a unit with that name. Two, body cameras were not on the non-uniformed officers. That really should take place anytime you have officers working on the streets, interacting with the community. They should have body-worn cameras on. They do in Omaha. Four is the failure to intervene piece. I mean, there was an opportunity to intervene, so why didn't that occur? What is going on within the culture that it was so important to just stand back? And then the last area, there was no supervisor on the scene. There's a lot of officers there. This took place over a prolonged period of time. It started with the traffic stop, with the foot chase. There was a long period of time, not one supervisor did I see on the scene there, but I saw quite a few officers at the end. In Omaha, there must be a supervisor on the scene anytime there are 4 or more officers addressing an issue. Now that was some of the takeaways that I had, but it wasn't just based on Monday morning quarterbacking Memphis. It was based on some tragedy we had in Omaha as well years ago in 2016. So we made a number of changes as well to try to get out in front of some of these issues. And we will be a part of learning what took place culture-wise, policy-wise, that maybe led to what took place up in Memphis. We can get off of that slide. I don't make this myself, and they always throw that in there. So this is Omaha homicides. You can see the years 2017, 16, 17, 18, and 19. That's our goal. That's our strive to get back down to those numbers, as we took a hit just like every major city did in 2020 due to the pandemic. And we are continuing to move that downward. I'm looking forward to 2023 being a year where we really piece everything back together and go back down to those 40-year lows. Next slide. This is our clearance rate. And I've said this before, but I always include clearance rates because it is a decent indicator of how well the police department and the community are working together. If you go to cities that are struggling with police community relations, their clearance rates are going to be about 50%. And if you want to kind of when you go into a city, you want to kind of gauge that, take a look at their clearance rates. It'll be right on their websites. You'll see 50%. You might see lower. You might want to take a look at what Memphis's is. These are our Omaha gun assaults. I put these up here always because sometimes when you deal with the homicide statistic, one mass shooting can really throw that number off. But with gun assaults, really what you have is an attempted homicide, and there's enough of a representative sample that you can really see the trend lines. And 2016, 17, 18, and 19, those were our low years. Omaha was at 40-year lows during that time period. And because of the low number of shootings, you had a low number of homicides. Generally, you see that parallel tracked. 2020 started going up again, 2021, 2022. You see the general, how that mirrors the homicide statistics. So it's very important that the community and the police department work hard together to try to reduce the number of gun assaults in our community. This is officer-involved shootings. I put this slide up here because it's important. Let's go to the next slide. It'll show kind of some demographics. I do like to show these slides because sometimes there's a belief that you cannot control the number of officer-involved shootings. That's not true. There's a series of measures that you can do to try to minimize, try to mitigate the number of officer-involved shootings in your community. Obviously, training, body-worn cameras, mental health training, and how to interact with those in a mental crisis all go towards lowering the number of officer-involved shootings, but also the less lethal weaponry, such as tasers, so the officer doesn't always have to transition to a gun, is very important. So we analyze these, each and every one of them. We analyze them from a micro level, a macro level, up and down the line. And this is where we're at. Our goal here is obviously to have zero. Gun seizures. You look at this trend line, this is not a positive for sure. These are illegal guns that are seized. This is during the course of illegal activity that the police department has seized these weapons. And you look in 2008, and then you look at 2022, and that's obviously a concern. All across this country, you're seeing an increase in the number of guns that are seized, and unfortunately, you're seeing an increase in the number of officer-involved shootings. That actually has gone up. And a lot of parallel is being made to the number of guns and that dynamic. I think there's some truth to it, but I think there's other factors that have to go into that. I'm talking about juveniles this year just because I think this is our pathway to lowering our homicide numbers. We had a number of victims, a number of suspects that happened to be juveniles this year, some of them 15 years old on multiple occasions. And that's obviously a concern to me. And it's gone on persistently since the pandemic, predictable of sorts, because what did the pandemic do? It took away the services in that structure. And who does that affect the most? It affects the kids the most. So these are juveniles with at least 4 felony arrests in the prior 6 years. And I bring this up to make a point. Our whole goal with juvenile justice is rehabilitation. At some point, it does me no good just to lock up every juvenile because they turn 19. Then what? And so I arrest them the day they're 19. That doesn't make any sense. The whole point is rehabilitation. However that looks for that individual juvenile is what needs to be done. And it seems like we're losing track of certain juveniles in our community, and we're not talking about that many. We're talking about 22. Certainly we can provide a specialized program and tract for these juveniles to try to turn them around so they don't have this many felony gun charges. Okay, we can go to the next slide. This is juveniles with at least 2 prior felony gun charges. You see the number is pretty stark. Now it even goes down further. Certainly we can know who these 11 are and try to give strong wraparound services too. And I add this slide. This is the racial makeup of the Omaha Police Department. It's gone up a little bit every year. We're close to being reflective of the community, not where we need to be. We have a staff and hiring issue going on right now, just like the rest of the country does. It's getting a lot of management intervention, a lot of things that we're doing. Our advertisement this year for the applicant pool is the most aggressive I've ever seen it. We had one commercial run during the NFL hit 3.2 million people. So we're hoping to get a strong number of diverse candidates and applicants that we can choose from, because the reality of it is we have to have a police department. It's got to be fully functioning. It's got to be fully staffed with the right people. Next slide. This is our complaints to the Internal Affairs Unit. The one thing I say about this slide is these are complaints that just people went down and said, I'm going to file a complaint, but there's other ways to receive complaints as well. I will take them directly from the NAACP. I take them directly from our city officials. Sometimes a city council member will get a hold of me, and I'll just authorize that internal affairs investigation. So those aren't necessarily shown on here. These are just those that come down and file those complaints. So one thing that I look at is what is the NAACP receiving for complaints? They brought a couple to me here the last year. What is the Empowerment Network get? Do they bring any to me? I keep track of what I'm seeing out there, because it's not always the greatest indicator as to who goes down, because sometimes people don't want to come down to the police department. But that's the best stat I can give you as far as our progress on this front. And then, do we have another slide? Okay. All right, well, I appreciate the time here. I've been doing this for the last 11 years, and I plan to continue. And what takes place in this room is really the major driver behind those numbers being low. And I really think that 2023, we get back to those 40-year lows and then take it from there right after that. And everybody in this room has a serious role in that, so I appreciate you. Thank you.
And I want to say thank you to Chief Smarter and the entire team that works with us. For those that don't know, the Omaha 360 initiative was launched nearly 15 years ago, over 500 partners. Chief Smarter, Chief Warren, who was here and helped launch in partnership with 360, Alex Hayes and others, each have been extremely involved, having their gang unit, their homicide unit, and others actively engaged on a weekly basis with the community, with pastors, with educators, working collectively. One of the things we just want to pause, and as Chief was mentioning youth violence and what's happening, where things are going, we took an opportunity to bring in LaTron Lewis. He and I have known each other going back 16, 17 years, known in the community for a lot of his outreach work with youth, but beyond that, has always been focused on how do we build a better community. So I want to bring up LaTron Lewis, others know him as Chrome, to give us a perspective on what's happening around youth violence, positives, gaps, and where we can go as a community. So let's please welcome LaTron Lewis.
All right, good morning, everybody. LaTron Lewis, best known as Chrome. I turned my life around in 2008, and ever since then, I've been on a positive path, doing gang intervention, working with the youth in the community, working with the community engagement, and other grassroots organizations. So, what do gangs look like in 2023? Well, it look a lot different than it looked like in 2008. Well, a lot different than it looked like in 2015. It even looks a lot different than it looked like in 2018. This is an ever-changing pattern. The youth, gangs, the correlation between social media, video games, and all that stuff and gang banging, it's like they go hand in hand. Okay, on a video game, you can be, let's say, Grand Theft Auto. Timmy can be T-Loc. He can create his character like T-Loc. He can go to the strip club. He can steal vehicles. He can be whoever he wants to be on the game. He can even interact with real people, real humans that live up the street from him. All right. So when he gets out in the world, he has to conduct himself as this image that he's portrayed, right? So when he gets out there, they expect him to be T-Loc, not Timmy, T-Loc. So he has to live up to this image that he's not ready for because it was all in a video game. It helps him to dehumanize real human beings. So when T-Loc is in the world, he thinks he can conduct himself like he's in the video game, right? I'm talking about from the psychological piece of things. So while he's in the face of other humans that he's dehumanized, it's easy for him to pick up a gun and shoot another human being. Why? Because he's still living in the world of T-Loc. All right? It's really not him. Timmy's an A+ student. You know, they're trading in their cleats, they're trading in the basketballs for guns. The average the OG nowadays is maybe a teenager, maybe a 21-year-old. An OG is the person of influence within a gang. All right, your traditional way of gang banging, you can Google gangs from 90s and early 2000s and whatnot. It's not the same. You can't look at it the same way you looked at it. The program you ran 10 years ago is not the program that you run today. Difference between a gang member and a gang banger. Gang member, you're just a member of the gang. There's some gang members in college. There's some gang members doing some really great things. I'm a gang member. All right. Standing here today, I'm a gang member. I'm not a gang banger. Gang banger is active. Gang banger shoots, fights. He engages in all the negative activities. You know, I tell people, I can't dishonor my gang. I can't just say I'm not part of this, because these are people I walk the streets with. These are people that I experienced tragic moments with, death. People have died at my knees, you know. The numbers are low at many organizations because these youngsters, they see through it. They know that the world is in disarray. They know that the organizations is in disarray. They know that the school systems are in disarray. These kids, they see that. If you're not real with them, if you're not coming to them 100% you, they'll see that. I think it's important for all of us to connect up together and work together, but I think it's more important for everybody to know their role. If you and your organization are geared towards helping reduce violence, then connect up with somebody who knows about the streets. Connect up with somebody who knows about violence. Connect up with somebody who knows about living through that. Their profession isn't their degree. My profession isn't my degree. I don't have a degree. All I did was shoot, fight, rob, and do all the other stuff. But I can get out here and be a lot more effective than somebody with a degree. Why? Because I lived it. Because I understand it. I want you all to understand that the way we drive this thing and help is with love. When you see a youngster in the store, don't say, oh, they loud over there, they're acting just crazy. Speak to them. Do something different. Don't turn the other cheek. You speak to them. The music is saying kill, 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 kill. That's what they listen to. The music is saying set your friend up. That's what they listen to. I used to say, man, they talking about music. You know, it's real. It's an influence. Along with all the other things, poverty, broken homes, you know, dad's not in the household and all the other stuff. But I'm just here to speak on the state of gang banging in North Omaha and what we can do to help. And all I'm saying is do your part, do what you know that you can do, and stay in your lane. I appreciate Willie allowing me to speak today. If you have any questions, you know, I'm full of answers when it comes to gang banging because, again, I lived it. I pulled up to a situation just 3 years ago and a friend died at my knees, shot in the neck and the chest. And I was just happened to be there. I don't gang bang anymore. That's how real it is for me. These are real people with real lives and real families that's grieving. And we don't want to wait till it hits our doorstep to really do something. We don't want to run an organization for numbers or worried about funding. We want to help, we want change, and we want to reduce this. Chief said that there's been a lot of arrests of teenagers. If you notice, there has. They need us, but we need them too. We got to open our ears and listen to them. Thank you.
We have a very special dynamic here in Omaha to have a common perspective from both our law enforcement and from the streets. I think everybody agrees that it's going to take us working together to get it done, and we all believe that we can do it. So we've got to continue coming together and collaborating. Thank you again to Chief Tosh Moderer for all the work that you're doing with OPD, and thank you, Chrome, for the great work that you continue to do on the streets, and so many others that are out there doing great work in our community. So we're going to go ahead and move into physical and mental health and family supports. And the goal and the objective here is to improve access to quality health care and access to healthy foods. So we're going to invite Teresa Hunter of Family Housing Advisory Services to come on up, as well as Tamika Meese from the North Omaha Community Partnership. You can come on up as well. And Nancy Williams from No More Empty Pots. You can come on up as well, and you can share in that order.
Teresa Hunter, and I'm with Family Housing Advisory Services. Are my slides available, or? So family housing helps people dream bigger dreams, and then we also, okay, and we help them get the tools and the resources in order to accomplish those dreams. Okay, he said they'll be up in a couple of seconds. So, so last year we distributed over $700,000 to 600 families that needed eviction and prevention. So we helped them with that. So these are just this is information, a little more information. We work with the Tenant Assistance Project, going to court with people to help them avoid eviction as well. We helped over 230 people learn about home ownership, and 51 people purchased a home. Oh, thank you so much. Okay. And then 125 people received foreclosure prevention services, and that was helping people just basically because it's really hard to navigate that language because people don't understand foreclosure or know the terminology. So we really help people get results. When the lender said, no, there's nothing we can do and we will be foreclosing on this home, and we had other entities saying, I'm sorry, there's nothing else we could do, our people kept going and we were able to stop that foreclosure. So we're really instrumental in helping people reach those goals as well. In the way of poverty reduction, we did almost 3,000 tax returns, helping people access $6 million in federal and state refunds. 450 of them had access to the earned income credit, and we were able to get $3.3 million in refundable tax credits, and that's like child tax credit or the EITC. We raised 31% above the poverty level, and 34% are now contributing over $2 million to their retirement savings programs. And these are people who didn't think about these things before. And then 51% now own assets, whether it's a business or a home or retirement. So we really help people get into a good trend as far as learning what to do with their finances and how they can move forward. In the Fair Housing Center, dealing with discrimination, we assisted over 1,000 people with their fair housing concerns, and we retrieved over $350,000 in benefits for our clients. We were instrumental in helping different organizations, different property owners change their discriminatory practices. We conducted 32 fair housing trainings for nearly 1,000 people, and we were also able to just help people get through the processes of finding out, was I discriminated against? It sounded like it felt like it, but I didn't know for sure, and we investigated. So in the states of Nebraska and in Iowa, we're helping the civil rights organizations do the investigations and find out if discrimination is occurring. For youth who are transitioning out of foster care, we helped 317 of them, and they completed their one-on-one and received financial education. They purchased 68 assets, and 18 of them purchased multiple assets. So that might look like purchasing a car, and then we help them in addition to getting their registration and other things that will help them be sustainable. We've helped do those things for the kids that are transitioning out of foster care to adulthood. And then I'll just say last, this is our 55th year, and we have been trying to help people dream bigger dreams. Then we come behind them and we provide the knowledge, the tools, and the resources so that they can then plan for how they will accomplish those dreams. And we walk with them through that to help them to accomplish those dreams as well. So another thing that we're doing is for first-time savers, we have an introductory, level up introductory savings plan. And that will help people who are saving for the first time to accomplish getting monies for emergencies and also trying to start building wealth for the first time. So as David Droz was saying, that homeownership thing is low in the state of Nebraska. We're here, and we really want to, as we're celebrating our 55th anniversary, we want to celebrate it by helping more people access tools that they need to become more sufficient, to become homeowners, to dream bigger dreams, and we'll help people get there. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Okay, my name is Tamika Meese. I am the founder, president, and executive director of North Omaha Community Partnership. We been in existence for about 2 years, but we obtained our 501c3 status just January of 2022. Just to give you a little bit of background of our organization and myself, born and pretty much raised in North Omaha. Grew up in the Miami Park and 40th Ave neighborhood, Crip neighborhood. Was a troubled youth throughout my adolescent years. Frustrated my parents, grandparents, everyone that was a part of my village. I frustrated them with my behaviors, and really I lacked self-love because of things that occurred and traumas that I experienced. But once I learned that self-love and self-respect, I changed my whole life trajectory and decided to make something of myself and be someone that my parents and later on my children could be proud of. I am a Navy brat, and I moved away, but I came back in 2005 and saw the disparity and everything that was going on in our community. So I decided to be a part of that change. I began my work and organization with working with troubled youth. We still work with troubled youth. We work with those that you would call off the grid, the ones that are already skipping school, already selling drugs, already doing the shooting, already part of, sex trafficking, all of that. We work, we have our boots on the ground and we work the front lines and work with those youth and children. In the midst of working with these children and then working with their families, because we do believe in a holistic approach, and there's no way that we can, in my opinion, there is no way that we can rehabilitate our youth and work with our youth without working with their family as a whole and whatever that family unit looks like. And so with going into the homes and working with, the parents of these youth and young adults, we discovered they're lacking even basic needs. They've experienced a lot of trauma. there's a lot of mental health issues going on. And so that is what sparked us to start addressing, those mental health needs, those basic needs. So our organization started offering things like pantry assistance, crisis assistance. If we worked with a family that experienced a drive-by and they needed to be relocated temporarily, we offered those services. We've partnered with organizations such as NONA, with Precious McKesson, recently partnered with our Baptist pastors and faith leaders. I really have to point them out because they've been very instrumental in helping us be a support to our community as a whole. And that's Pastor Brian Page, Pastor Eugene Rollerson, Pastor Dwayne Hawkins, and Reverend Charles Nelson. We are really, really strong on partnership because we cannot do this work alone. And everyone, regardless of whatever lane you're in and what you do with the youth and in the community, everyone is a moving part to this engine, and we can't move without every moving part. So we are really big on collaboration and working together. We also partner with Heartland Family Services, NCAP, Charles Drew, Capstone Behavioral Health Empowerment Network, the Simple Foundation, U-Turn, Creighton University, School of Law, the Community Connections at Creighton University, Spartan Nash Food Distributors for our pantry program. One of our major programs that we offer is Bridge the Gap program that launched last fall. Bridge the Gap program basically is what is called, we bridge the gap. So with mental health, especially with being in the middle of the pandemic, and that need grew larger, the accessibility strained. So you have individuals that experience crisis and traumas, and they need that mental health therapy. They need that assistance. But a major barrier is all the red tape that they have to go through. You have to present your insurance. If you don't have insurance, then you have to apply for the sliding fee scale. You have to present, financial documentation and so on and so forth. And you're right in the middle of a crisis. So we eliminate that red tape by just offering our services, and all we need is your name and your date of birth and your availability. If you are underage, we need your parent or guardian's consent to treat. We partner with many independent mental health therapists in the city. We specialize in providing or offering mental health therapy from people of color. With the community that we work with, that it is very important that you can identify and relate to the person that is providing that care. That it is reflective, that they have walked somewhat of your journey and can relate to what you're going through as a culture and as a community, and being an African American, in our community and growing up in the same streets and such that the youth and the families live in that we work with. So we offer that at no cost to them. We don't ask them about insurance. We bring them in, we match them up with a therapist, and we pay for the therapy sessions. After the first or second therapy session, we do a follow-up, and we do ask them, do you feel like you can, do this long term? And we encourage mental health as to normalize it, just like physical health. You go to the doctor for a checkup. Don't wait till a crisis, or don't wait till something's broken. You go to checkup to maintain that health. And so 9 times out of 10, they do agree to the long term. And that's when we do the warm handoff. That's when we ask about the insurance. If they don't have it, then we help them apply for it. We do, like I said, we partner with Charles Drew. We partner with Capstone Behavioral Health and work with their interns, which reduces our cost because their interns don't charge a fee. And so that has helped. That has helped tremendously, and mental health is so important in our community and working with our youth because they have experienced trauma. They're being raised by parents that have experienced trauma, and the trauma is untreated, it's unaddressed. Okay, and so they have not healed from it. And so you have a lot of hurt people that's dealing with trauma that is hurting continuously, and the cycle continues. And when you don't love yourself and you don't respect yourself, you can't expect for whoever is lacking that love for themselves to love their neighbor and to love someone else, or to have regard for someone else's life if they don't have regard for their own, if they don't find value in their own. So we have to build that up from the mental health standpoint. And I'm going to finish it up. There's so much I have to say when it comes to mental health and the youth in our community. But if you all have any questions, you can visit our website, contact us via our website at northomahacp.org. And I thank you for your time.
Morning. I think that means that I'm up. I don't know if there are slides that go with this. There we go. I'm told there's 5 to 7 minutes, so I'm going to go through these very quickly. 5 minutes, I've been told. So, responsive community engagement. My name is Nancy Williams. I serve as the co-founder and CEO for No More Empty Pots. There's a lot of stuff on the slides. Oh, that's great. Thank you. I'm getting my prep while I do the presentation, although I do like to look out into the crowd. So you'll see some basic information about No More Empty Pots. Our mission, vision, you can go to our website, find some more information. Our core values, education, stewardship, sustainability. We are located physically on North 30th Street, about a couple of blocks south, a couple of blocks north of Harold's on the east side of the street, 8501 North 30th Street. Our core focus is to remove structural inequities. Most of us know what we need in our communities and our neighborhoods. We often don't have access to the resources and support to make that happen. So part of our role is to remove those structural barriers and inequities so that we all can do the work that we are here to do. So activating our strengths, we do what we do best, and we lean on each other and support each other to do what we all do best, so that collectively we do our best work. We innovate and leverage the opportunities. We don't do the same things just because. We look at ways to make that better. And then we look within the ecosystem and outside of the disciplines that we are in to learn from and bring those best practices in. And then we maximize the potential. When we do something, we try not to make it just be for one win, one stakeholder gets something out of it, but everybody wins as much as we can. We call that stacked wins. So we do something once and hopefully have it count 6, 7, 8 times. This is a snapshot of where we were at the end of 2022, serving in over 40 different zip codes in Nebraska and Iowa. And as of November, when this was put together, over 7,000 meals in the Community Harvest Program, working with over 35 small farms in Nebraska and Iowa, serving over 2,300 youth to seniors, and then over 55 businesses have received support. The numbers on the left and the information on the right gives the big program chunks that we have. So community education, workforce development, supporting self-sufficiency, intergenerational engagement, all of our cooking classes, growing food, workforce training, all of that fits within community education. Hospitality and production is all of our food procurement and distribution and food production. Our entrepreneurship programs, where we work with a lot of different partners in the ecosystem to make this work, and supporting businesses that exist, and also folks who are looking to start businesses. And then a new program for us this past year was an emerging leaders experience, where we are intentionally supporting young Black women and girls in leadership development, because we don't often get the support to be able to pay for coaching and pay for professional development. And so those funds through Pearl Milling Company help support that. This is a story about Diamond. She's a graduate of our workforce training program, and she wanted to share her story. And we loved to capture, this is her graduation photo. We love to capture her story and share that as part of our end of the year campaign. One of the programs I'm highlighting is what we're calling From Curiosity to Self-Sufficiency. And it's a pathway, and it pulls in all of our programs, and it goes to what Tamika and Teresa were talking about earlier. We are engaging in a 2-generation approach. It may be more than 2 generations, but we serve youth, we serve adults, and there are studies, including one commissioned by the state of Nebraska legislature that shows that when serving in a 2-generation model, you're more likely to reduce poverty and help people get to self-sufficiency faster, to which we said, why are we not all doing that? And so we started to rearrange our programs for the original and intent of No More Empty Pots, to ensure that all the things we do lead to self-sufficiency, meeting people where they are, and infusing resources, not with just ourselves, but all of our partners within the ecosystem, to ensure that everybody has what they need. And the way that we frame this is, you bring what you have, you get what you need, so that we all thrive. One new initiative is the Highlander Greenhouse. It is a collaboration with 75 North. We are activating the greenhouse space that is on the Highlander Accelerator campus. These are just some renderings I'm running through very quickly. We do tours and walk through, we'll walk people through it and can have conversations about that if you want to know more. And we will be having more public events as demolition and renovation gets underway. But the main things that are happening there are we are moving our aggregation and distribution from the 30th Street Food Hub over to this facility, because we will have about 3 times as much storage, and we will have a micro market on site, 400 square feet, so that we can sell the food that we're growing in the greenhouse, where we'll also have training, but we can also aggregate the food that we're bringing from farmers in Iowa and Nebraska. And you'll have a retail site that you can just come in and buy stuff, or you can pick up your CSA and meals. The next one shows our office space. The highlight here is we'll have a kitchen for hands-on instruction, the same way we do at North 30th Street. It'll be a little smaller, but we'll also have some big equipment in there for kitchens for entrepreneurs to be able to rent out for catering and for events, to help support activating the venue further. And the thing that I love the most in this space is the science lab. We will have a working science lab with 3 stations, a working hood, and we'll have internships that run throughout the year that will be paid. And then the last thing that I will show, and I'm just going to run through these renderings. This is the end. That's my contact information. Please feel free to reach out if you want to learn more.
Awesome. Just a quick recap for those that are taking notes. One of the couple of numbers that were mentioned through Teresa's presentation, I just want to make sure everybody captured this. 2,749 families served through their EITC program, which lifted 852 families out of poverty. 852. So let's recognize again the 55th anniversary of family housing. Tamika's work and collaboration, we're so blessed to have her in this community and working with families in some of the most difficult circumstances and doing it through collaboration. Amazing work, and bringing mental health. I know there's a lot of partners in the room that work on mental health. She's doing it on the front lines and organizes very quickly. Let's recognize Tamika Meese. And the amazing Nancy. Congratulations on the new Highlander expansion. And I don't know if you saw it, but 7,000 people served in this past year. So let's recognize again, No More Empty Pots. We want to transition now to our last segment before we take a quick break, but we have, obviously we've talked a little about health, financial health, mental health, access to healthy foods, which are all key goals of the strategy. I'm looking out to see Dr. Brown from Creighton University. We have partners from UNMC, CHI, and others that are here as well in the health department. But one of the things that's been impacted the most over the last few years, in addition to our health, is education. So we want to where do we go from here? Where are we now and where do we go? What opportunities are available for our youth? We have Superintendent Dr. Logan, who is here, and want to turn some time over to her. Tim Clark is going to represent Metropolitan Community College. If you can come on up, Tim, as well. And School Board Vice President Ricky Smith is here as well. So if you can come on up, and then we'll invite Dr. Logan. I just want to say, on behalf of the Empowerment Network, Dr. Logan has been a great champion and partner with us in these 5 years that she's been here. Unfortunately, she has announced that she will be leaving at the end of the year, but we greatly appreciate the work, especially in the areas of making sure that our youth have pathways and academies and are exposed to jobs and careers while they're still in high school. So many things beyond that. But again, why don't we celebrate Dr. Cheryl Logan. Yep, slides will come up and you can see them in front and then the clicker. Yep.
Good morning, everybody.
Hold it down. There you go.
Good morning, sorry. Good morning, everybody. Happy Saturday. Morning. How many of you worked out already? I did. Sorry. Figured I'd just be self-serving. Good morning, and it is great to see you this morning. And I've come every year I can't remember, did we do it in 2021? Did we do it? We did it remotely, I recall, yes. And this morning, what I wanted to focus on was looking forward, because that is the theme of today, and looking forward. And so what we did was we put together a few slides to talk about some of the things that we've done with the Empowerment Network to be thinking about looking forward. So we did one in November. On November 17th, we always have high school fairs for all of our high schools. One of the things that we thought was important this year, though, was to have a specific high school fair for the North Omaha community, which we held November 17th in collaboration with the Empowerment Network at McMillan Middle School. And the thing it was really cold that night, really, it'd been warm and it was really, really cold that night. But one of the things that struck us, all of us, was the number of partners who came out to participate in that fair. Employers, all the major and all the universities in the metro, and actually think maybe almost in all Nebraska, came out to participate, to have this opportunity for our middle schoolers and their parents. And we also engaged with Ms. Candace Price, who got to tell the story along with her daughter, Shalise, who is a junior at North Carolina A&T in the engineering school and flourishing. And what we had them do was talk about how she, specifically as a mom, navigated the Omaha public schools. We're a big school district, and it is difficult sometimes to navigate a big school district, to understand the opportunities that one has, and to understand how to make sure that their child gets all of those opportunities. And if you know Ms. Candace Price, it's not a problem for her to making sure, and she challenged me in terms of making sure that more children had access to advanced programs. She came to a board meeting. You may remember Mr. Smith, and she was very powerful. And we promised her that before I leave Omaha, we will make sure that there are advanced programs at all high schools. And we did follow through along with our board approval on that to make sure that there are advanced programs in all high schools. So we also, because of the lost learning time during the pandemic, we have expanded our summer opportunities. And this is a place where I'm hoping the people in this room can help, in that we do not have as many participants as we would like from our North Omaha community. And we have learning available from June 6th through July 14th for all levels. And that it almost makes us, quite frankly, we are now a year-round school district, because we don't really close it. And it has an impact on a system to go from a 10-month system to a year-round system, but that's where we are. So the other thing that I wanted to talk to you about today was that not just the next level learning, but also academic support and tutoring. And we do have that available in all of our schools, and We have online tutoring available, something that we were not going to do, but our young people said that they wanted to have online learning through a survey that we gave them. Next Level Learning serves about 15,000 students in pre-K through 12, and then the academic support is available in all of our schools. So what I did, and I didn't do this, Suzanne Creamer, she can raise her hand over there. She's our executive director of school improvement and design, and so she put together for you a school by school, every North Omaha school, when the tutoring is. And not just that, there are many community partners in here who also provide tutoring. That is also listed on this sheet, so you don't have to, it's one-stop shopping. And then in addition to that, we hire our young people in the summer, and we do collaborate with Step Up to provide opportunities for students. We had almost 300 last year, students who worked with us, who worked in our summer in our summer learning, and we have expanded that so that students who speak a second language can also serve as bilingual assistants, especially during conferences. And then as part of our peer-to-peer tutoring network, we've added that as well. So these students receive training, and then they are part of our core of, and all of that is in the folder. But if we think about how our students are doing, we have a lot of work to do. That's the first question that an elder will ask: how are the children? And we all know that they are not flourishing at this moment, that we have a lot of work to do. We are doing our part to make sure that they have all the things that they need. And this morning, we are working to build awareness. Obviously, we've been enabling our teachers and engaging our students to make sure that families are aware of all of the opportunities that they have. But if you are a community partner, we invite you, Mrs. Creamer has folders for all of you who would like to take one so that you can see this, and we'll be uploading it to our webpage so that everyone can see. What's next for Next Level Learning? We are continuing with Collective for Youth to align that. This summer, all of our 9 high schools, and we do have 9 now, will have a summer bridge for 9th graders. Those are 8th graders, rising 9th graders, and of course, showcases of learning that happen on the last week, or the second to the last week, where folks can come in and see some of the things that students do. Summer learning has changed. It's not just reading, writing, and arithmetic. There's project-based learning. You can do art. There are sports. All of those things that might engage a young person during the summer to participate. But really, our kids need more time in school, and they need more opportunities to learn, and we certainly have worked hard to provide them, making sure that we also increase compensation for the people that serve us and serve our community, so that we can incentivize folks wanting to do that. And I'm going to end there with our portrait of a graduate and turn it over to Mr. Smith. I have to turn it over to him, Mr. Clark, because he's my boss. Okay.
Well, thank you for being here, everybody, on this Saturday morning. I really appreciate the opportunity. And it's awesome that you are actually here in this room, because we can look around the walls. Our priorities and values are very, very evident in the things that we want to do in this district, and what's going to lead us going forward. Also, I want to recognize our current board members who are here, and newly appointed learning community board members who are here. Also, our student and community chief officer. Where's Lisa? There she goes. And our deputy superintendent back there. So going forward, we will be communicating with the community on a regular basis on what we're going to do next. And so finding a new superintendent is going to be tough. It's going to be difficult, but we do want to hear from you. So we'll allow different opportunities through the process for us to have some engagement with the community and with our educators as well. And so it's really important that, one, we got very, very spoiled with who we have. And so I just want to put that out there. So it's going to be very, very difficult to get another superwoman. So please be patient, but we are going to work the process. We got it right one time, and I'm sure that as a board, we can get it right again. Also, I just want to make sure that we mention the, 140 teachers in the new plan? 151 student teachers. And so we're working on getting all of our schools fully staffed, and that's another priority, is being able to serve our students and our parents on a consistent basis with great educators. And so with that, I will say thank you. Please be kind of on the lookout for information on when we're going to be having our learning sessions, and please take advantage of our next level learning. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Tim Clark with Metropolitan Community College. First of all, I want to say congratulations to Dr. Logan for your 10-year here in Omaha, Nebraska. I tell you, anytime you take on a challenge of a school district and really to take it from A to Z, she's to be commended, her and her team. So let's give her a round of applause, you guys. Okay, here we go. I really want to take the time. I know we don't have a lot of time, but I think this is important. Metropolitan Community College, we've been a part of this initiative, this collaborative for 16 years. Every single year we've been here at the table. So we consider ourselves a meaningful partner. We're not here for jokes and play. We're here for business. And we want to be a serious partner with you in this room. So many of you in this room is currently working with MCC. And you never get it done by yourself, right? This room just did not happen just with Willie picking up the phone, calling everybody, and you have Vicky and other staff. It takes a team. And I just think for 16 years of work and sweat and tears of the Empowerment Network, Willie Barney and his team, I think they deserve a round of applause, you guys. Okay, here we go. We'll make these slides available for you, and so we can at least get through. I want to get to the most important part of the presentation is in terms of how can you help, how can we help each other. So as you can see there, in terms of just, we serve a 4-county area, really representing about 40% of the state's population. So this is a big area that we service. And so we really try to do a lot for a lot of folks that's in this area. Mainly focus on short-term certification programs. And all, as you know, we do have a 2-year associate degree program. Workforce training. One of our new initiatives is Career Forward. We have Tammy. Tammy, wave your hand over there. Tammy Green is director of our workforce innovation. And through some of the funding we got through the COVID funds and then also MCC dollars, we really have put together a pretty progressive team to look at how do we help people increase their short-term and long-term certification programs and jumping into 2-year associate degree programs. We're anticipating for this year trying to reach out to about 10,000 people. That's, you know, folks coming to us for a variation of GED programs, just skilling up. As you can see, some of the workforce, some of our numbers for 22 participants, residents specifically in North Omaha, 56%. And as you see, the start salary, and really when you think about where we're at and where we want to go, we want to drive and attract H3 jobs in the greater Omaha area. That's high demand, high skill, and high wage. When you think about all the work of that's been done by our state leadership, our senators, in terms of LB 1024, there's a lot of resources here in North Omaha. How do we maximize and really look at common good for the people that we're serving? And so we measure that partly by helping them get into a higher range salary where they can be able to earn a living wage. Now, some of you may know about our 180, our reentry program. This is probably noted all across this country in terms of what we're doing with folks that have been incarcerated, connected to the prison system, also treatment facilities. We provide education. And this is really kind of a one-stop, I think one of its kind in the country where they can come and feel that this is their place. This is their home. We've built a community for these individuals. And it's not only just, where we're moving, and you'll see MCC spend a lot of time in this space because we're committing resources to it, not only getting them to start a certificate, the supportive services to complete it, right? And then what we did most recently, we invested in a whole department that's going to work on job placement, internship, on the job readiness. Those we have a committed staff dedicated to working on placement. It's very important, as you know, and that's why I start off by saying we just cannot get it done. We give out over $3 million of scholarships every year. One of our namesakes is here in the audience, the legendary Johnny the Jet Roger Heisman Trophy winner. Johnny, raise your hand, please. Every year he raised millions of dollars to help support students in the trade right here in this building, really where he attended, technical high school. That's what he modeled his scholarship after, really what the mission and purpose of that high school was, to help these students leave with some type of technical or career trade that they can jump into. So for that, Johnny, thank you for your leadership and your work. As you can see, there are more numbers of participation as far as credit and workforce training. And we'll make these available. In the back, we have Jermaine Ballard is back there. This is an initiative. I know Chief Smotter, and we talked about this whole thing of young people. Last year, it's been going for a year now, we started an initiative called Youth Forward, really anticipating some of the pain points and the challenges that young people will be faced with from just the reality of COVID-19. And we talked about that this morning. And so this is a very holistic programming strategy to look at how do you begin to put wraparound services around young people and taking them from A to Z to help them navigate this thing called life. What's most needed in this room, and please, we have Jeffrey Williams from Secondary Partnership and some other folks in this room. The educational piece, the classroom piece, students, they pretty much can maintain, they can get through. What we need help with is life challenges around attending school. So we've added career coaches, and we need organizations like Urban League, Family Housing, in terms of life challenges. Digital Express, just a couple more slides here. Digital Express, we had a donor, $5 million plus. We did a renovation in Building 10. It's a community of Digital Express, things that the community and individuals need. You can find in that building there. That's that building there, right there in Fort Omaha. Here's the ways that you can contact us. Please, with Jermaine, Tammy, please talk with us about how we are willing to come to your organizations and talk to your participants, your clients, about even if it's just skilling up in a short-term certification program. How can we help? How can we be a partner and extension to your service strategy? So with that, we're here to be a full partner and a meaningful partner, and we feel that we cannot get it done without you in this room. And so with that, thank you so much.
You good?
All right. No questions, Willie? No questions?
No questions. We're good.
Oh, man. Okay.
Let's again thank Dr. Logan, Vice President Ricky Smith, and then also Tim Clark representing MCC. A few announcements. We're going to convert this into a 5-minute break, but during the break, there's a few things we need you to do. One, if you're online, you can place questions in the chat. We're not doing Q&A during the presentations. At the back end of the meeting, we have a whole hour set aside for how do we move forward. Index cards. There are index cards out on the table. Vicki can point those out to you. If you have questions in the room, we want to gather those. We're going to segment them by each category that's been presented this morning. Again, I want to announce, if you didn't hear it earlier, there's a part 2 that will happen on February 11th on Saturday morning. We'll let you know exactly where, but that will be the time for the Q&A and much deeper engagement about what you've heard this morning. Today is to get you the information, to let you know what is going on. A lot of times you hear about what's not happening and all the negativity about North Omaha and South Omaha. We wanted to show you what is actually going on, where the gaps are that we see, and then get your voice in the next couple of weeks as we get ready to go back to work here in February. So that's happening. Again, visit the tables, great partners that are in the room that have information available, refresh your coffee, food, and those types of things. You can go to empoweromaha.com if you want to know more and get the report once it's published in February. We can send that to you and make it available to you, but go to empoweromaha.com. You can also sign up for the Village Connector, which will allow you to keep updated on events like this and activities like this. And we will now take a break, a 5-minute break. The speakers coming up, we have employment, entrepreneurship, housing revitalization. We also have our elected officials that will be coming up very shortly. So 5 minutes, quick refresh, and let's get back and we'll get jumped in. Thank you so much for the first part. Please stay with us. Please stay with us. Again, some great updates coming up around employment, job creation, entrepreneurship, housing, and you'll hear from Mayor Stothard, State Senator Justin Wayne, State Senator Terrell McKinney, Council President Pete Festerson, and a number of others coming up shortly. All right, I know we're moving fast. Will we start in 2 minutes, 2-minute countdown? How you doing, Ed? Good to see you. Right behind you. Good to see you too. All right. I would ask if Carmen Tapio, Mikhail Purnell, and Vita will be joining us. Mikhail and Carmen, we're ready. If you can come on up to the front. One-minute countdown. Okay. All right. Here we go. I'd like to welcome Carmen Tapio from North End Teleservices. If you could come up, and Mikhail from OPPD. All right, thank you. So let's keep it going. I know we're running tight, but we want to make sure that we stay on the schedule as close as we can. As I mentioned, we do have some time on the back end for more interaction, Q&A at the end of this meeting, as well as coming up in a couple weeks. So at this time, if we're prepared, I want to welcome back those that are online with us. Why don't you give yourself a round of applause? Nearly 400 people participating in person and via online. So one of the top priorities, if I can get everybody's attention as we restart, one of the top priorities from the community has been, how do we address employment, wages, career advancement? And one of the biggest ways you do that is through growing businesses and partnering with large employers and major employers. So in this segment, you will hear specifically from Carmen Tapio. She is the CEO of North End Teleservices, one of the fastest growing companies in the United States. and right on North 24th Street. Can we celebrate Carmen Tapio and the great team that she has assembled at North End Teleservices. Carmen, welcome back.
Willie, I actually have a partner in crime this morning, and she's just finding my glasses. If you can't find them, come on up. You're just a beautiful blur to me this morning. Willie, thank you for continuing to convene this group and this important conversation. 16 years. We have relied upon the information that comes from these meetings to help set our targets. And to help us better understand how we contribute to what we're trying to achieve as a community. So we thank you for your leadership and your ability to bring this group together in such an amazing way. I don't know if Dr. Logan is in the room because I don't have my glasses on, but Dr. Logan, Cheryl, I just wanted to personally say thank you for your leadership, thank you for your commitment and the years of service that you've given our community, and thank you for your friendship. You've meant a lot to me, and we will remain closely connected, and we just wish you the best as you think about how you move on into your future. We are in February, marks 7 years of North End Teleservices. There was a time when I wasn't sure if we were going to make it, but we've made it, and we are so excited about the story that we have to share with you today. We continue to employ about 60% of our folks come from 10 key North Omaha zip codes, and we are remaining committed to being a major employer in our community. As Willie mentioned, we are growing, and we remain also for 3 years in a row on the Inc. 5000 list of fastest growing private companies in America. We are excited about that. We are growing in new and different ways as well, and I'll just keep the hair color going because with the kind of growth that we've experienced, it's really been needed. But today we are more than just North End Teleservices. We've expanded our brand, we've expanded our impact, and we're excited to share with you some of the other enterprises that we've started since our 7 years, but certainly we'll give you an update on our primary business at this time, which is North End. We remain committed to making good on our promise of creating jobs and changing lives, and by measuring our success in the success of the people that work within our organization. We are about economic independence, we are about growing leaders, we are about investing in the community as well. One of the things that we do is we elevate our folks. Many of you have heard me tell the story of our COO who started out as my administrative assistant 7 years ago. Now he's COO of the company. You'll hear another story. I'm not going to give it away. This beautiful young woman next to me is going to give you some more details on some of the growth that we've been experiencing, and we look forward to that. As we grow leaders, our culture is really important to us. We are an inclusive organization where everyone is welcome. We show up as we are on any given day, and that goes from any person within our organization, including myself, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. Here are my glasses. See how that works? That's how that works. I start my day every day. My husband's like, I don't know where your glasses are. That's every day it starts like that. They're right here on my neck. Anyway, growing leaders, growing talent, and I am so grateful that Tia Goodwin, who is sitting next to me, has decided to join our organization. She's been with us for how long?
Not quite a month.
Not quite a month, but Tia has joined us as our senior communications and public relations specialist, and we are honored. Many of you know her from television, but we are grateful that our culture and our opportunities attract amazing talent like Tia Goodwin. So Tia is going to take it from here and give you a reflection on 2022 and a look forward to 2023. So we hope you like it.
Thank you so much, Carmen, for such a gracious welcome. We do want to share with you how North End Teleservices is really staying committed to delivering on our promise to create jobs and change lives. So we're going to start with our very first slide, and it's actually the story of two very wonderful, cherished employees at North End Teleservices. And we just want you to hear what they have to say about their journey, because it speaks volumes, and I'll come back around and talk about it as soon as we play that for you.
North End Teleservices came into my life right after being laid off from the job that I thought I would be retiring from. And so I was completely devastated, and I made it so far, and I'm like, what am I gonna do now? And as I was interviewing among other places, the thing that stuck out about North End Teleservices is they saw great things in me.
North End Teleservices changed my life by giving me another opportunity. I had got into some trouble, and no matter what I did in the community, as far as good things, nobody really wanted to give me another chance. I went to North End and I started working part-time on the phones. I liked working on the phones, but I was like, yeah, this is not my cup of tea. I saw the security and I said, I want to be a part of the security team. Matter of fact, I want to run the security team. Becoming security, though, I had the ability to know how to protect and to keep people out, but I didn't have the ability of being a professional corporate security specialist. I have learned a lot of things as far as emergency management systems, NIST, all kind of stuff that I didn't even know about. So they gave me another chance at life, another chance to work, another chance to earn money for my family, to be right here in North Omaha.
And so those are two of our very cherished employees, and I have to give you an update that both Rodney and Barb have been promoted again. So Rodney is now over our IT department, and Barbara is over our security. And so what you're looking at right now is just our org chart, but what you can see is that the people that are in green, they have been promoted multiple times. And that's something that we love and we promote. We are very strong in our workforce development. We are the only U.S. Department of Labor registered apprenticeship program in our industry. And we're also accredited by MCC for our Customer Experience Academy. And there, we also have Grow Navigator, and it's meant to assist employees. It is an initiative of the Omaha Chamber of Commerce. And what it does is it provides a social worker on site to assist and support whatever is happening personally with our employees. And I'm going to move pretty fast so I stay within our time. So let's talk about economic impact. As of December 2022, we have had $228 million worth of impact in the community. And if we were really to kind of think about that, it would actually mean $1 for every second continuously for 7.26 years. And so we're so proud of what we're doing and the lives that we're changing. Something very dear to our heart is also Nebraska Black Women United. And I'm just going to play a little piece of this for the sake of time. This was provided to us by friends at AfroSwag, and what it is it's talking about Black Women United and how
Nebraska Black Women United is about a networking mechanism in which we can provide education, inspiration, and access. And we have every intention today of doing all three. There are 45,000 Black women in the state of Nebraska. 500 will be here today. And so I'm just so thrilled and excited that we were able to hold this really important event.
So I don't know how many have had a chance in this, but they're so wonderful. They're very excited. And we actually had over 800 women. And one thing that it's worth noting is that there are actually 45,000 Black women in the state of Nebraska. And so it's really meant to connect us and inspire us and educate us. And so we will give you more details about updates that we have related to Nebraska Black Women United. We are going to skip ahead to Forever North. And that's something that we're really excited about because it's bringing more development to the historical area of North Omaha. So we are actually going to build our headquarters in addition to commercial space along 24th and Lake and also 24th and Ohio. So this is some of the mock-ups that we're looking at right now. Another thing to note is that we'll also have, in addition to commercial space, there'll be space for food service. We'll also have apartments and new construction. So apartments and new construction homes. So if you're a family and you want a new home, we will have that available. Now, what's going to start is the building of our commercial space, and that will begin in 2023. And what's happening now is the network spot, and it's really a place for space making. It's open now, and I am going to show you this little promo. So it's a wonderful space that anyone can come and use to collaborate. You can have a meeting, you can rent just a little pod, and pictures are coming in just a little bit. There we go. So it's a great place. It's open right now, and we will have a ribbon cutting just next month for this. So these are some of the wonderful things that we're excited about. North and Teleservices and all that we've done. We now have the network spot for Ever North and Nebraska Black Women United.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Awesome updates. And again, as the back end of the meeting, we'll have some more time for Q&A and interaction. So hopefully you'll be able to stay with us. One of the other things that we want to, in addition to entrepreneurship, growth and development and career opportunities, is partnering with existing organizations. And OPPD has been a partner for over 10 years. And we want to welcome Mikkel to give us an update on partnerships and what's happening with OPPD. Let's welcome her. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's afternoon now. No, it's still morning. Willie, thank you so much for having us here. Blessings to the house. Welcome to everyone. You know, we are, as OPPD, we're truly excited to be here. And the one thing I love to say, whether it's an audience like this or anywhere else, OPPD is customer owned. So you are actually the owners of OPPD. And we have almost 2,000 employees who are forever proud to serve you. We serve our community. We are passionate about that. We make no apologies for it. And we truly love what we do. You know, the Empowerment Network has been an important part of this community for a while. OPPD has stood alongside Willie and other partners to really bring to light not only the importance of OPPD in the community, but we want to show how we truly honor our community. That is one of our core values. And like I said, it's something that we hold near and dear to us. So as we consider the work that we're doing, we have 5 guiding principles, and one of those is to cultivate growth, really, and well-being, and to create a vibrant and thriving community. And so for us, we're looking forward to doing that together with you and with all the 13 counties we serve here in Omaha, Nebraska. Okay, let me see. There you go, thank you. So OPPD has been around for about 76 years now. And our service territory goes from Berth County in the north all the way to the Kansas border. And so for us, we know that we have about 850,000 citizens here, residents rather, here in our service territory that we serve. So, you know, for us, we see this as an opportunity. There is huge growth going on, and I think many of you have heard that already. We are also intimately involved both with the chamber and other organizations with economic development. So when companies want to come here to our area, generally, especially if it's a larger company, OPPD is going to be at the table to help facilitate those negotiations and that dialogue. We are enjoying relationships with the mayor's office, with counties across, again, the service territory. Almost every county that is in our service territory, we have some relationship with, and we continue to foster those types of relationships. We're proud of that. Power with Purpose is one of the vehicles that we're using to make sure that we're going to have enough energy to service our territory. So for us, we are now increasing the amount of power that we're going to make available. We are adding 600 megawatts of utility solar, 600 megawatts of backup natural gas. And really, what does that mean? That means that we are truly securing the reliability of your ability to have power each and every day. And what we like at OPPD, I love to say personally, I like the opportunity, or the idea rather, that when you're turning a switch on anywhere, whether you're at home or at work, you don't even think about it. You don't think about, hey, OPPD is there, people are working, there are guys up on lampposts, on lines. You're not thinking about it because we're just there. That for us is ultimately evident, and that's the definition for us of reliability. And so what this Power with Purpose idea is all about, it's about us ensuring that that reliability continues to stay with us today. We don't want you to have to think about it. And so the addition of these new megawatt or new generation sources is to ensure just that. Again, something that we're very proud of. As many of you know, we have a generation service here in the North Omaha area, but we also have a service center here as well. The North Omaha station has 5 units, and appropriately we call them North Omaha 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Nothing special. You know, we want to be as obvious as we possibly can. So 3 of them were converted to natural gas in 2016. Units 4 and 5 continue to be operated using coal. We were scheduled to convert 4 and 5 to natural gas as well, but because of a number of challenges and issues, we've had to extend that. So that's what's happening. We now have a new date by which to go about with that conversion, but rest assured that is about to happen. That will be happening. If you want to stay in contact with us and just know what's happening with OPPD, you can stay connected with us at OPPD Community Connect. And we also want to mention that we are building 2 new natural gas facilities, and all of this is in an effort to ensure that we continue to have reliability. That's what this is all about. It's all about you and every other resident here in our service territory, making sure that you have power. We don't want to have rolling blackouts and brownouts, and those of you who are from New York and other areas, you know that there's a possibility that things like that could potentially happen. As it relates to community development, what is OPPD doing to assist with regard to that, specifically as it pertains to North Omaha? Well, first and foremost, we were supporters of LB 1024. And if you don't know, that means that we're going to have funds coming here to North Omaha to continue the revitalization of the economy and what's happening here. So we were very excited to support that effort. I won't speak specifically to each of these, but I wanted to highlight a few things. from the perspective of the urban core. Our CEO, Javier Fernandez, he serves right now, he leads the urban core committee. And that work is critical in particular to ensuring that the area that we refer to as the urban core remains the heartbeat of Omaha as it relates to residential development, commercial development, et cetera. So we are at the forefront of not only the work that's being done in that space, but to also inviting others to help us in that regard as well. Over the next 3 years, in particular, because of all this work we have to do in building and operating new plants, et cetera, we are going to be hiring really, and as you might imagine, to operate power or to get power generated, we need quite a bit of skilled laborers. So we need mechanics, we need engineers, we need almost everything that you can imagine, in particular as it relates to STEM, as it relates to skilled tradesmen. So we expect that this year alone, we will have net growth in our workforce of at least 100 people. So again, we are moving toward 2,000, and with each year, year over year, it is our expectation that that number will increase. So again, we are proud of that. While we have lots of companies who are, they're looking for employees all over, or they're allowing employees to work pretty much everywhere, we have a serious commitment because we are customer owned. We are looking for employees within our service territory. So again, if you're interested in employment or you know someone who might be interested in employment at OPPD, please go to our website. We have a careers page at oppd.com that will give you lots of information.
I want to have to give you one more minute to close out and making sure that they've got that contact info.
Thank you.
All right.
So oppd.com is where you can find information. The Wire is a reliable resource where you can learn and just know about what's happening with OPPD and with any of our operations, but more specifically, what's happening with our North Omaha station. And again, I mentioned oppdcommunityconnect.com. It's a privilege to be up here with Carmen. I feel quite special. And really, once again, thank you so much for the invitation.
Thank you so much. As I mentioned, and I didn't mention this, Mikkel is a graduate. One of the programs and initiatives we've launched over the years is Redefine the Game, and Mikkel is one of the graduates of Redefine the Game. Let's thank OPPD and also North End Teleservices. I believe we may have her on virtual, but I believe we have Vita from the chamber, if she's still there. Want to give her a couple minutes to say hello and how this employment piece that we're working on, if she's still there.
Hello, Willie. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. And I'm so sorry I couldn't be there in person today. I was really looking forward to this. The work that you're doing is phenomenal. And I am so honored to be a part of how you're serving the greater Omaha area and just be able to listen to all of the great work that's being done by everyone that's been on the panel today. I did want to share just some updates on what's going on with the Greater Omaha Chamber. And I am so sorry, my presentation is freezing, so I can talk us through it, but I can't show it for some reason. So just looking at where we are currently and making certain that we deliver to the wonderful people that we have an opportunity to serve. I wanted to be able to give you some breakdowns of what we are looking to do for 2023 and how you can count on the Greater Omaha Chamber to serve in your community. And as I say that, I'm still having I'm sorry, guys, give me 2 seconds. Carmen did such a great job as I was watching her and her assistant, and I said, this was a day I needed my assistant, so forgive me for that. Okay, let me just talk you through it. The chamber will walk through the key areas of looking at how you can count on us to serve. What we recognize is that member services is a great part of how we are looking. Here we go. Member services is a great part of how we're looking to dedicate our services and our organization to you. So we're looking to make connections. We're looking to create opportunities for our member services. And we're also looking to help build capacity for those of you that are here. Right now, we're looking at all of our touch points and touching over 10,000 individuals, and with our programming events, our direct services, how we will successfully execute all of the 2,000 impactful interactions that we want to make sure that we're having with you annually. We also have the area of advocacy and support that we're delivering. Our lobbying team, our advocacy team lobbies for pro-business legislation where we are looking to educate our policymakers, which includes the wonderful 15 new senators that we have this year and the 34 returning. They're also actively engaged in reviewing the over 812 bills submitted this year by our UNICAM, over the 19 constitutional amendments, and then supporting the candidates in any way that we can to make certain that we are helping to retain and attract businesses, even from a legislation and the policy standpoint. Under economic development, we retain the wonderful businesses that we have here that are employing so many of the great talents here in Omaha. And we're also looking to make certain that we are actively engaged in recruiting the right businesses that should come here for the talent that we have. I've heard the OPP presentation and all of you that have spoke about the great partnerships that we enjoy. And I'm so thankful that I've walked into an environment where we have those types of collaborative relationships. In that, what we want to make certain that we continue to enjoy is the partnerships with UNO, our partnerships with Creighton, our partnerships with MCC, as well as our partnerships with OPS and our other school districts. Under our economic development, our focus will be to make certain that as workforce issues continue to rise to the top of all the conversations that we have, that we're making sure that we're making those connections for our members to help be part of the solution to that challenge. When we go out and we're talking to our corporate businesses, our members, and each and every one of you in the community, what we're hearing are the pain points. Pain points that we hear are that we are wanting to make certain that we do a better job at the attraction and retention of talent. We are wanting to make certain that we do a good job at the attraction and retention of the right companies to our communities. We are wanting to make certain that we are coupling the talent that's coming through all of our educational institutions with our business partners, our member services, and making certain that we have that connectivity and that pipeline well built out. And that is part of the commitment that we are making for 2023 to be able to walk with you through. In our areas, we expect you to be able to hear, and we hope that you will answer the call when we're looking to ask about how your organizations are doing, what are your pain points, and how might we serve you. I believe, in the experience that I've had for over 20 years, that in growing economics of a community, we have to grow economics of all of our zip codes. And there are ways that we can do so through workforce. There are ways that we can do so through economic development. And there are ways that we can do so through business development. And so that's how we absolutely will continue to serve. Another piece that I think that is very important for us to discuss is what is the economic impact that is being made by the Greater Omaha Chamber? If we look back to 2022, our economic development impact resulted in 61 landed projects. We had over 2.2 billion in capital investment and over 1,849 full-time employees in and around this area. I came to the Greater Omaha Chamber. There were commitments of over the next 20 years, us building another 30,000 jobs and adding another 30,000 residents to this community. In order to make certain that we make that impact, we have to partner wisely with those of you that are working in these areas. Our mayor has done a phenomenal job, and I hear her heart in wanting to make certain that we attract good, strong companies to be able to feel that commitment that the chamber has added. I've also had experience over the years at having a very close relationship working with the state departments, especially the Department of Economic Development. So I'm excited to be able to partner with Director Goings and the efforts that are coming out of his office. Our team is dedicated to making certain that we are prepared on projects that come down from the federal level into the Nebraska and that work towards building the economics and also our workforce. And that's something that we are committed to serving you in. If we also look at the areas of the projects that are happening in and around Omaha that we are involved in, I wanted to make certain to be able to highlight a couple of pieces for you. There are 11 major projects that are happening in and around the Greater Omaha area. In those projects, that's the commitment that we have to those jobs that I discussed. That's the commitment that we have to the new hires. And that's also the commitment that we have to the expansion. Some of you may have heard of project like the Project Next or the Saddle Creek redevelopment. You might have heard of the MedTech area that UNMC is doing, or the MedTech with the next project, or with the Saddle Creek expansion that they're doing. We saw just this week that the Mutual of Omaha relocation project kicked off, and that's very exciting as Mutual of Omaha continues to be a wonderful mainstay in our community. We're thankful that in making the decision to expand, the decision was made to expand in the downtown area, which is part of the urban core that is developing so wonderful. When I came to Omaha, what I felt was excitement to be part of something happening so well. Also, many of you may have seen the kickoff of the streetcar project that happened yesterday. We're asking you to get information. If you would please go to omahastreetcar.org so that you can see all that's happening. Look at the frequently asked questions, leave questions that you may want to have. We're so honored to partner with our mayor and being able to be part of that project. And I know I'm running out of time. I want to give you two more pieces of information to walk away with. Under economic development, we are looking at what are the major sectors in and around Nebraska? How can we be committed to serving in those sectors and helping you? You will continue to see us and hear us partnering, listening to you, reaching out, having those conversations, and then taking action to show you through our capability statements how our commitment is to helping you grow. Feel free to reach out to my office. Feel free to reach out to me so that we can partner in continuing to grow this area. I am so honored to be here in Omaha, in Nebraska, and part of the great things that are happening. I look forward to continuing to serve you, getting to know you, and partnering with the great work that Willie is doing. So Willie, thank you so much for having me on your panel. Thank you for allowing me to be part of what you're doing today. And I look forward to more continued opportunities to serve.
Justin, I know I've said it before, but just want to say thank you for your ability to navigate through the state of Nebraska, the largest investment from the state in the history. With that, I believe his daughter has a basketball game, and then he's going to try to get back so he can be a part of the Q&A about what's the next phase. But let's please welcome Senator Justin Wayne.
Thank you all for having me. Yes, my daughter has a basketball game. I normally would not go, but I coach it, so it's going to be hard for me not to go. I'm just going to talk briefly about a little bit about 1024, but that's really been passed off to Senator McKinney. He is now the chair of Urban Affairs. I am the chair of Judiciary, so I have a whole another task ahead of me to do with criminal justice reform and prison reform. But I'll just tell you how we got here real quick. And how we got here is a long time ago, we were sitting down at Big Mama's across the street at Flight Deck, talking about what kind of plan can we put together for 1024. And we looked at all the old city plans, all the old county plans, the Empowerment Network plans. We've had a lot of plans for North Omaha over the last 30 years. And so we started bringing in some outside people we trust. The one was Jacqueline Morrison, who is now with the mayor's office. She's not from here, but has been involved here and is elected to the state board. And we brought in some other people who were not from here to just look at what we were talking about. And the first thing that stood out to them and to us when we put this plan together is it's really just been a lack of coordination. We haven't came together. We refused to come together multiple times. And on a good day, there's probably 60,000 of us and I'm talking about Black folks. And on a really great day, there could be 100,000 across the state of us. But we have about 10, 15, 20 organizations throughout North Omaha, all fighting for the same dollars and fighting against each other. So we embarked on a historic chance of trying to create a coordinated plan to make sure people came together. And to be honest, it started with me. Willie Barney and I didn't talk for about 2 years, 3 years. But how can I try to coordinate things when I'm not even coordinating all the Black folks in Omaha, starting with myself? So we had a meeting down on 24th Street, and my fraternity brother, Keith, showed up. And Keith said, "You and the mayor ain't talked for a year and a half. How you gonna coordinate something without the mayor?" All right, let me give her a call. So I had to go on this like 12-step of apologizing to everybody to bring folks together. It was one of the most humbling experiences, but what I learned in that experience though was everybody wants to do something. We just gotta figure out how to do it and get out of our own way. So we put a plan together. The process is once the recommendation came out, we still gotta go back through the legislative process. That wasn't something Senator McKinney and I wanted to do. But that was the difference between us getting 50 million versus 350 million. The legislature, if you go through a process with an independent person, we'll entrust you with more dollars. Just because that happened doesn't mean that those recommendations are set in stone. We've already been contacted by numerous people who didn't get fully funded and said that they might not be able to complete their projects. So from this point, Senator McKinney's working on an amendment that will hopefully increase these dollars, but then it goes to DED for pretty much another process of applying and getting funds and proving that you can actually complete the project. So essentially, it's not over with for those who maybe didn't get funded, because it still has to be an application process that we can't control. One, it's unconstitutional. If I can give everybody money, I would, but it's unconstitutional. So it goes through the governor's office through DED, and that's kind of where that's at. I'm trying to stay focused, so I'm gonna look back at my notes real quick. So Terrell's doing that right now. Senator McKinney's doing that. And so right now you have for the first time ever, two African Americans from North Omaha who are in chairmanships. People think that there was some major trade to get that done, and that wasn't it. Judiciary, nobody wants this position. That's Judiciary Chair. We were there last night, Friday, till 6 o'clock. And what it came down to is the majority said that we're gonna put somebody first-year student or first-year elected official in that position. If you don't take it, Justin, we think you're the most qualified to bring everybody together. And I said on one condition, Senator McKinney becomes Urban Affairs Chair, because the Omaha Economic Recovery Committee is chaired by that person. And so Senator McKinney will be there 2 more years, maybe 6 more years after me. And that's how you start building the bench. That's it. There was nothing else done, nothing secret. That was just it. So that's how we got Senator McKinney into that position. So now this year, moving forward, Senator McKinney's tackling that. And now I'm tackling judicial reform. So we start this week with all of our prison bills and all of our criminal justice bills. And we're going to put every issue up on a whiteboard, about as big as that, and bring in all the parties and start having conversations to figure out how to do it. Because what we do know is that even if we were to build a new prison, it's going to take 3 to 4 years to build, plat, and get everything done. At our current rate, that prison will be full on day one. So then we're going to have to build a new one. So even the most conservative colleagues of mine are saying that doesn't make sense. We have to figure out a different way. So this is the first time that I feel both liberal, conservative are coming together saying, how do we do this? And so that's a big task for me. The other thing, again, this is what my personal growth, for those who are on the school board with me will be shocked that I actually have done what I'm about to tell you. But when the streetcar came out, I wasn't in favor, still not in favor. But I'm not in favor because I want a North and South Omaha line. So I called the mayor. How do we do that? She said, it's a financing thing. Help us out. So we put in a bill for $100 million to help figure out how to do a North and South Omaha line. It may not get there, but instead of coming to everything with the negativity of saying why I didn't get it or what I don't like, figure out the reasons behind it and figure out how to work through an answer that works for everybody. And so one of the issues that I've been crazy about is youth sports in North Omaha. So in our bill, with the help of Tom Warren over there, Chief of Staff, we're trying to figure out how to build a North Omaha youth facility so we don't have to go to 215th Street to play basketball. I say all that to say that only happens when you take away your own ego and your own pride and your own hate for something else. I didn't get along with Willie. The mayor and I didn't talk for a while, and I don't even remember what we didn't talk about. We didn't talk. But when you start having communication saying, how do we work towards a common goal? I know 1024 wasn't perfect, but when you try to figure out how to take over a community that has been struggling for the last 60 years and put that into a 6-month strategic plan, there's going to be some flaws, but it is a starting point. It is a starting point that the first time ever, grandma who wants to get her windows fixed got to compete with the biggest developer and put it in the same application. Maybe the grading wasn't always perfect. Maybe there's some biases in there, but it gives us a starting point to have a conversation about how do we move the community forward. And I think we got to focus on that. So don't let the dislike for somebody not getting funded or somebody getting funded be more important than how do we move the community forward based off of the inventory of information we got now. Because we got some big tasks ahead of us. One is, how do we make sure we fund all this stuff? There was $3.2 billion in needs. We had 225 to give out. That's a big discrepancy. But we're going in and we're asking for another 200 million. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't. What I do know right now is, based off of the governor's budget, we have an extra about 2.3 billion. That's how much extra we have at the state coffer. Out of that 2.3 billion, 2.1 is going to everywhere else but Omaha and Lincoln. So that means we have 200 million on the floor based off of the governor's budget for us to figure out what to do with. Well, I'm already asking for 100 million for the streetcar. And if I have my way, that means I'm fighting with the rest of the 48 senators over the little 100 million left. That's why we have to come together. We can't show weakness in our armor because it's already against us. They want to build 2 lakes at a tune of about 100 million. We're building a canal to Colorado. Yes, a canal to Colorado for water, for irrigation for farmers that costs $574 million. We have a school funding formula of 1.2 billion that Omaha Public Schools does not receive a dime from. This is what we're up against. This is why it's so important for us to be engaged, and this is why it's so important for us to come together. Let's not talk about the negativity of the streetcar. Let's figure out how to get a North Omaha line, whether it's 30th Street, 16th Street, 24th Street. Don't say I hate that. Say, how do we improve it? Because if we can connect Midtown to downtown to North Omaha, you're talking about development going crazy? That's the opportunity before us. So that's what I hope we continue to do. I continue to have, Willie called me yesterday yelling at me. So I'm okay with being yelled at. But at the end of the day, let's figure out how to move forward. And Senator McKinney maybe online, maybe not. He was going to try to zoom in, but he's coaching wrestling. You know, if you know him, that's his passion. And he coaches at North High School, and they got a wrestling meet. And we got to make sure we show up for our kids, just like I'm about to leave and show up for mine. So don't discount that he's not here. But Senator McKinney is working diligently. In fact, we were on air at 7:45 on a Friday, and then he had a meeting with the city of Omaha at 8:30, and we didn't leave Lincoln on a Friday until 6, 7 o'clock at night doing judiciary. So we're putting in the work, and we just need more community support to help us. So that's where I'm at. I know I'm going to go to my daughter's game. I'll try to come back and get some questions done. But if we lose, it's going to be my fault because I wasn't there for warm-ups. So I don't know how that's going to play out.
Go see your daughter. Let's thank Senator Wayne. And we're going to talk more about the fact, and again, Senator McKinney is here, but I want to transition to the mayor. Those that, we're going to get to your presentations. Hopefully those that are on are okay to switch gears just a little bit, but we'll come back to entrepreneurship and housing. But I do want to take an opportunity. I'm not sure if Terrell's going to go now or if we can go over to Mayor Stothard and then come back. But I just want to hit on Justin's message for a minute, because this is critical. We've been talking about this, and part of why we actually have seen some of the progress is the collective collaborative work that we've done across many different sectors. We wouldn't be here without that. Now it's requiring a whole different level. Everybody hear what I'm saying? And so Justin was straight honest, and I've said it before. We went almost 2 years without talking. But when we saw that there was an opportunity for our community, we came and sat at the same table, shared thoughts, shared plans, and what came out of it with he and Senator McKinney was a massive proposal. We've been saying for years, we've got to put the big package on the table regarding redeveloping North and South Omaha. And they took it and ran with it and put an even bigger package than what we had identified. So I just want to pause again and recognize, I'm asking everybody in this room, everybody on Zoom, and everybody in the community, let's this next couple months is so vitally important for North and South Omaha. And whether you like me or dislike me, or don't like the network or whoever, at this point, for the community's sake, I'm asking everybody, let's come back together, look at all those projects that have been submitted, hear from Justin and Terrell on how we make this work for North and South Omaha. Can I get an amen somewhere in this building? This is the moment to do it. We got to make it happen. And so if Terrell is there, we can go to him. Otherwise, I think, Mayor, you were mentioned 3 or 4 times in that last segment. So I'm comfortable going with you if you're okay, and then we can come back. He's ready? Okay. So Senator McKinney, since we're on the state, if you can go, since we're talking about this piece, which is critically important. I know a lot of people in the room and on the Zoom want to know what you can share as the Urban Affairs Committee. We recognize Justin Wayne. We need to do the same thing for Senator McKinney. He went in saying economic development is his #1 priority. Senator McKinney.
Hey, how y'all doing? Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we got you.
Okay, good. Justin, he said a lot of stuff I wanted to say, but now that I'm currently the Urban Affairs Chair, I am also the chair of the Economic Recovery Special Committee, and now I'm tasked with, executing the plan going forward. We put in 2 bills this year, LB 531 and LB 785. Both bills address the economic special recovery. We're working on an amendment to try to fine tune some things and address some issues from the feedback we've been getting since the recommendations came out. And Justin said it, but I will say it again, the recommendations are recommendations. We didn't take part in the evaluation of projects. We just said what we would like to see as far as criteria, but OSIN evaluated each project and came out with those recommendations. Now we have to sit down with the individuals that were recommended to see if they can even pull off these projects. Like Justin said, some of these projects did not get fully funded. So we have to figure out, okay, if you didn't get fully funded, where are you going to get the rest of this money from? Or can you even do it in the time span that we got? Because we have until December 2026 to expend these resources. So we have to make sure that whoever we go forward with can do the job. Because what we don't want is the money to go back to the state or back to the feds because we couldn't complete these projects. So that's super important. He mentioned being unified and talked about collaboration. Those are 2 big things for me. and Willie know it. I told him, we have to be unified. We can't get anything done not being unified and not collaborating with each other. Every other group that I see coming down to the legislature, they're all moving in one step with each other. And we have to continue to do the same as a community. Yeah, it's some stuff and some recommendations I didn't agree with, but I didn't do the recommendations. And there's some things I think should have got more support, but it didn't happen. But I'm trusting the process and trying to encourage everybody else to trust the process, that at the end of this, we're doing our best to make sure these dollars and these resources benefit North Omaha as much as possible. And that's our goal. It's been our goal going into it. We'll have some hearings. We haven't set any hearing dates yet, but that'll probably happen in the next week or so. Start talking about when to set the hearing once we get the amendment finished. Also, I put in another bill for another $30 million for an innovation hub. If you don't know, last year I passed my priority bill, the Innovation Hub Act, and the idea behind it was to bring the Innovation Hub to North Omaha to help local businesses and entrepreneurs cultivate their businesses and spur a lot of innovation within the North Omaha area, because I think that's what's missing, that we don't have centralized services for innovation and business creation and just natural interaction with people, and just having people that, you may one day be sitting at a table with somebody that owns a Fortune 500 company and you just an entrepreneur. And they're doing those type of things across the country. And I just want to make sure we're doing those type of things here in Omaha. There are also other pieces to 1024 that I think have been overlooked. There's money for crime prevention and internships, financial literacy, grants, millions in grants for small businesses and entrepreneurs. It's not just about the recommendations. There were a lot of other moving parts with 1024 that I think got looked over because everybody was just focused on what are the recommendations. And I think that's it for me. And, Justin mentioned the criminal justice reform things. I have a lot of big criminal justice reform bills that are up next week, and I think that's important too. And next week is just important, period. We got voter ID in the legislature, criminal justice reform, abortion. It's a lot of important topics, and I'll keep them. And we can't just go down to Lincoln asking for money. We also got to go to Lincoln and ask for different policy changes as well, and other pieces that affect our community. And I think that's very important to highlight. What else? I think that's it. Going forward, after we meet with people about whether they can or cannot pull off these projects, we'll try to report out. But also, I think maybe our next recess day, we'll probably try to do a community conversation or a town hall to try to just engage with people and try to hit everything head first and try to kill all the noise about this or that or just the rumor mill. I think it's important to just not try to hide from it and not try to or try to avoid questions and just sit in front of people and ask those questions. Because I think sometimes people may run away from questioning. Me personally, I don't feel like I have to run away from anything. I understand the process and I'm willing to answer those questions about recommendations. Where do we go? How do we stay together? How do we work together and maximize all these opportunities? Because like Justin said, it's more money on the table, but there's also more money as far as grants from the federal government and other things we're looking at with the CHIPS Act or the infrastructure bill. There's so much things that we sit down and try to talk about and try to strategize. Like, how can we make this work for us? But I think us as senators, we have to work as a team, but more importantly, us as a community, we have to work as a team, even if we don't like something. We have to, stand as one, because everybody else is doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. So when Justin said I called him and reached out to Senator McKinney as well, I asked him to stay for and come back to have a deeper conversation for those that are able to stay a little bit longer today, but then also to put together a format to where the various projects that have at least submitted, how can we create a more coordinated plan and really sit down and look at how we can move forward together. So it looks like they're both open to that. I think they're going to try to come back today yet, but there will be a follow-up as well. With that, I mentioned Mayor Stothard has been here. She has been a part of the state of North Omaha every year that she's been in the mayor's office, and has been a supporter on Step Up and many other initiatives, and even now on affordable housing and the work that's going on. We need her continued partnership, and we're appreciative of her and Chief Warren and Keith and many others that are in the mayor's office. And this really, truly is a moment where if you remember back on 24th and Lake, we had Republican, Democrat, Independent, didn't matter what. If you want to come in the room and figure out a way to help move North Omaha forward, this is the table. And Mayor Stothard, not only did she come, but she brought her staff to be a part of those meetings. So let's please welcome Mayor Jean Stothard, City of Omaha.
Thank you, Willie. Good afternoon. I guess it's afternoon right now, everybody. Willie, your hair's getting a little grayer since the last time I see you. But you know what? I've been asked to talk to you today about ARPA funding and the distribution, and I'm going to do that. But I have to take just a few minutes ahead of that, because I see and feel and hear a theme going on here today after hearing what Justin Wayne said and Terrell McKinney said. You know, things happen and things are happening. There's a lot of great things happening in Omaha now, but it's because of the partnerships. And everything that happens in Omaha, it really occurs because of the great partnerships we have. I would love to stand up here and talk to you for hours today about all the great things going on in Omaha. You know, we are a safer city now. You heard from the chief this morning. Our budget is very financially sound for the city of Omaha. Economic development and housing are just booming right now. We have a really low unemployment rate in the city of Omaha now, but you had a lot of great people ahead of me, and there's a lot of speakers after me that are going to address those things. But just looking out in the audience today, I mean, Sydney and Carmen and Vida and Cheryl Logan and everybody that I can see here has worked together so well to make Omaha what it is today. I do have to mention this. So Omaha is the 39th largest city in the country now. So, you know, when you look at a lot of times I look at the top 50 or the top 100, but top 50 in particular of what's going on and how we could compare ourselves with other cities. We're the 39th largest city in the country. So we are not a little city, little town anymore. We're right under 500,000. And that makes it, that's a big city. So with that, I am going to talk about what I was asked to talk about today, and that's the ARPA funds and distribution. ARPA is American Rescue Plan Act. I'm back. Okay. It was my notebook that did that. If you recall, because of COVID, first was the CARES Act that came out from the Department, the Treasury Department, U.S. Treasury Department. City of Omaha did not get direct funding with the CARES Act. The state of Nebraska did. Douglas County did. And although Omaha is about 80% of Douglas County, we did not get direct funding. So we had to work with the state of Nebraska and Douglas County. We asked for $30 million from each, and we were able to secure that by the end of the year. So we did get some CARES Act money. It came from Douglas County and it came from the state of Nebraska. Now with the ARPA funding, it came directly to the city of Omaha, and we received $112 million directly. We received it in two tranches, one year and one the next year. But the primary use of the ARPA funds is for local governments to replace revenue loss. Now, when COVID hit, you all remember those horrible decisions everybody had to make. And we had to shut down the libraries, the community centers. We had to shut down the swimming pools. You know, that we had to cancel all the summer camps. We had to do everything we possibly could to save money and to not be spending money, not knowing what was going to happen with COVID. And that was a big change. And then we had all these big events that were canceled in Omaha, if you recall. College World Series, Berkshire Hathaway, the USA Swim Trials, all of those things brought a lot of revenue into the city. And when those were canceled, at first, we estimated that we had about a $75 million loss in revenue to the city of Omaha. And when you have a $420 million budget at that time, that's a big loss. So we had to really, really cut back. And that was very, very difficult. So now this ARPA funding, like I said, the primary use is to replace that lost revenue that local governments that we experienced during COVID. So we can also use the ARPA funding for community programs to support community programs that respond to the pandemic and promote economic recovery. But again, we have to work with the Department of Treasury because typical of the US government, I will say, they give you all this money and then later on they tell you how you can use it and then they change it and then they change it again and again. So it's been a real task to spend this money and get this money out into the community according to what the regulations are with the US Department of Treasury. So we prioritized our spending based on a community survey that we did and all the allocated funds according to the federal requirements and the greatest community needs. That's what we were doing. So we had to follow the requirements of the Treasury Department and we had to get it out into the community where the greatest needs were. So here's what we did with them of our $112 million. First of all, community grants. We had 100, or not 100, but 15 million went out in community grants. We partnered with United Way of the Midlands and Omaha Community Foundation to administer these grants because they have a history and experience in knowing how to do the applications, get the applications, vet them, and where the greatest need was. So those, again, are our partners, and that's why we work very well with them. More than 50 nonprofit organizations received funding to prioritize basic needs: food, housing, services for homeless and mental health services, violence prevention and intervention programs, and job training. ARPA funds provided an opportunity to provide direct financial aid to those organizations that support families and support individuals. Next, affordable housing. We talk a lot about that and how there is a great need for that. We have up to 60 million for affordable housing. This is our largest ARPA investment through a partnership with Front Porch Investments. And I see Meredith sitting right there now. The program is funded with 20 million in ARPA funding. And then we received a philanthropic match of what we put in. So another 20. So again, here's that partnership with the philanthropic community. So now we're talking 40. And then an additional 20 is also available through a HUD program, which we are pursuing. So that's 60 million for affordable housing. In the first round of funding, Front Porch awarded $11 million for 14 projects. And the next application period will open up in February. So again, I want to stress, we want to get this money out according to the guidelines and out into the community as soon as we can, because there are so many needs out there. Another area that we spent the ARPA funding, excuse me, I have laryngitis of all things today, are public space improvements. And we did a survey on my webpage, and I was actually a little surprised because the number one issue that people put in my survey were parks and public spaces. And when you think about it, during the pandemic, we saw a big increase in the use of our parks because they were outside, for trails and public outdoor spaces and our parks. And that trend happened all across the United States. That's why I left the golf courses open. The city has 4 8-hole golf courses and 4 9-hole and 4 18. Keith Station would die if I said something wrong about golf courses. But anyway, we kept those open because we knew people wanted to get outside and do things. So our purpose of this money going to parks, and we did put in $10 million, was to improve access and safety, upgrade park equipment, create new public spaces and opportunities for recreation in 12 city parks and public spaces. 5 of the 12 are in North Omaha that we provided funding for. And that included Fontanelle, Paxton John Creighton Boulevard Trail, Kuntz Park, Martin Luther King Park, and Dreamland Park. So money is going to those parks for improvements. The next was a hotel stimulus program. 4.5 million went to a hotel stimulus program. Now, what I said a while ago, when College World Series was canceled and Berkshire Hathaway and all these events that we used to have at the Arena Convention Center, everything canceled, that had a huge impact on our hotels, our restaurants, our bars, people weren't here and they weren't spending money there. And tourism is a real important industry in the city of Omaha. Tourism supports more than 1,400 local jobs. That's 1 in 30 jobs go into tourism. So they took, excuse me, a big hit. And last year, though, I have to say, they have recovered. The hotel revenue last year in 2022 showed a record high of revenue, and that was up to 251 million. So that shows how important this industry is to our economy and to our city, but it also shows how they really suffered during the heart of COVID. 46 of our hotels received funding, and this investment will certainly strengthen our economy. We also funded a new position in the mayor's office. This is a position that I've been thinking about for quite a while, but it's a homeless service coordinator. We have a lot of homeless in our city. We work with our philanthropic community to build a new Sienna Francis house, so we do have shelters in our city, but there are a lot, and I know you are all aware of this, of the unsheltered. And those are the ones that cause me the greatest concern. And what our new homeless service coordinator, her name is Tamara Dwyer, D-W-Y-E-R, is to work with our shelters and work with our service providers to prepare and develop a strategy, not only to end homelessness, but hopefully to prevent it. And I think that's what we really have to look at, and not just what are we going to do with the homeless? Thank you. You know what? I did this last time I spoke at this. I had laryngitis and a cold. I don't know what it is. But anyway, she is going to do a fantastic job for our city. And I know she wouldn't mind me saying this, but she was homeless herself at once. And so I think she has a really good outlook and a really good vision for what we need to be doing in the city of Omaha. And she will work with the city's homeless task force also that we have. Business improvement districts, the BIDs, you've heard of those. We are giving $2 million to the BIDs set aside to help with safety improvements. We met with BID representatives to get their input. And so that was really important. And this will be an application-based program, and it will roll out soon. We have several remaining funding requests that are being evaluated. You know, that $112 million gets spent really quick. And obviously we had a lot more requests than we had money. But we have several more remaining requests that are being evaluated before we present it to the city council for approval. And all of these are recommendations that go to the council for approval. And so I talked in the very beginning about city recovery. We have $43 million we set aside with this ARPA funding for city recovery to replace the lost revenue during COVID. One of the things we did do is give premium pay for our employees, and that amounted to $9.5 million. But I felt like first we gave some thought to police and fire because they were out there on the front lines. But when we started to really think about it, every one of our employees that came to work every day were exposed and had a chance of being exposed. So we felt like it was only fair to give every one of our city employees, full-time and part-time. Basically, it's not a bonus, but we just call it premium pay. Other aid we've received, and this is really important, we have received about $122 million for rent and utility assistance. This includes $19 million pending the city council vote on Tuesday, and I'm sure Pete Festerson will make sure that gets passed. But to date, we have distributed about $85 million in emergency rent assistance, $85 million, $9 million in utility payments, to 15,000 households in 33 different zip codes across the city. So I just want you to know the magnitude of the amount of money we received and getting it right back out into the community where it's needed the most. Other, Love's Jazz Museum. Dana Murray operates the North Omaha Music and Arts Forum from the former Love's Jazz Museum. This year, we will provide funding to rehab the exterior of commercial properties along 24th Street. So that's an important thing. And then the city-owned property that's at 24th and Laird will be redeveloped into the Greenwood, which is a residential commercial building with apartments, community office space, and a commercial kitchen. Roads, I have to always mention the roads because the potholes are popping out. I know, I figured somebody's going to tell me today about their pothole. But yes, we do have potholes. But remember, back in 2020, in May of 2020, in the heart of the heat of COVID, We had a bond issue, a $200 million bond issue that went out for a vote of the people. We did a lot of studying, and I was really getting tired of patching up potholes, because all it is a Band-Aid solution, and they'll pop right out again. And what we really needed to do was to rehab and resurface our roads. That's asphalt, that's concrete, and that's brick roads, and we needed to do it permanently. And we did not have enough revenue coming into the city to do it without a bond issue. So I had that bond issue on the ballot, then COVID hit, and I was so worried. I thought, this is not going to pass, because people do not know what's going to happen to their finances during COVID, but it overwhelmingly passed by the voters. And I do have to mention this too. There were 2 ballot questions, one for the bond issue and one that the voters agreed for a 3.5 penny property tax increase to pay the debt. They agreed to that. We have not had to do that. And we are not doing it in 2023 either. We have managed the city fund and the city budget, so we are able to pay for that debt without raising your property taxes. But the largest receiver of those, the money so far as the bond issue, has been District 2 in North Omaha. So far, about 101 lane miles are being repaired or resurfaced for the total of about $19 million. All other districts across the city have received funding too, but District 2 has received the most, and they needed it the most too. Metro Transit, who runs our bus systems and Orbit, is studying 24th Street from Ames to Q for transit improvements, and that will improve our connections to jobs and education, which is so important. And the Omaha Streetcar Authority is already, and Justin Wayne mentioned that, exploring a north-south route for a second phase of the streetcar. And so we are already looking ahead. We got to get the first route done, the initial route, but then we are already looking at north-south routes. And that is something that we're going to start working on. Senator Wayne mentioned that before too. So, and I'm glad I'm friends with Senator Wayne again too. We weren't really fighting. We just had some differences every now and then, but he's a good man, and we are working very closely with him and Terrell and the legislature to make sure that we secure these dollars that he talked about for improvements in Omaha. So once again, it's working together is how we get things done. Nobody does it individually. I have such a great team. A lot of them are here today. I love coming to work every day because of the people I get to work with every day. You've got a good police chief. You've got a good fire chief. You've got good people in leadership positions with city government. And we're just happy that we can see everything that is happening and everything positive. So thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you again, Mayor Stothard and the entire team that's here from the city. Maybe this works a little bit differently in that a number of things now, as we've talked about state ARPA, city ARPA, and that funding, we want to make sure that we hear from, and the time is obviously tight, but we want to hear about some of the specific projects that are happening or are in development that could utilize some of these funds or do have funds right now. So the first thing is our entrepreneurship group. These are businesses that are growing and have the opportunity to hire. I want to make sure that we get some of those folks up real quick and give you a few minutes to at least let people know what's happening around entrepreneurship. So Nebraska Enterprise Fund is here. Grow Nebraska is here. So if you would please come up. And then we have our housing revitalization group. I think we've got enough space. Maybe we could do, if you want to come up, we'll do entrepreneurship first. Okay, we'll do that. Well, let's do entrepreneurship first. Let's stay with that. So Nebraska Enterprise Fund, and then also Grow Nebraska. If they could come up really quickly, and we'll give a quick update, and then we'll move into housing revitalization. These are major projects that are either underway or coming very quickly. So we want to make sure the community is aware, and also there's a funding opportunity, as the mayor has mentioned, with Front Porch Investments coming up, and you also need to know about that. With that, Nebraska Enterprise Fund, been a partner every year with this. We want to have you give, Jim and BC, give a quick update on what's happening with Nebraska Enterprise Fund. I think they're going to bring up your slides here very quickly. So let's welcome Jim and BC from Nebraska Enterprise Fund.
Great. I think it's on. Well, good morning, afternoon, I guess, everybody. I'm BC Clark with the Nebraska Enterprise Fund, Director of Training and Client Development. So I'll give you just some quick stats, and then Jim, I think, will talk a little bit. For those of you that don't know, Nebraska Enterprise Fund is a community development finance institution. So our mission really supports underserved communities, and we provide to micro and small businesses with access to training, technical assistance, and also loans. And so I'll just kind of go over a brief thing. We did about 88 loans in calendar year 2022. 4.1 million was dispersed. 276 jobs were positively impacted. We did 58 loans that were specifically to persons of color. So 2.6 million went to them. 35 of the loans was to Black-owned businesses. So 1.5 million, I believe it was, that we lent to them, and 80 jobs were impacted. We continue to watch and see what the businesses need as far as education and how to run their businesses. So we, I think it was about 284 unique training programs that we facilitated last in 22. So 2,250 total businesses attended those trainings. We had over 4,300 total hours of technical assistance and coaching. 1,280 of those hours went to entrepreneurs of color. 428 jobs were impacted. We had 848 sessions that were specifically to Black businesses, and 280 jobs were impacted there. We had kind of noticed how in our community that credit scores were very, very low. So when they went to get, obviously go for funding, they weren't not eligible. We launched our Building Credit as an Asset loan program that included coaching along with credit counseling, as we are certified to be credit builders for CBA. And in that program, we've seen probably about 35 businesses in 2022 that went from a score as low as 475, between 475 and about 530, now at 600 to 710. So that's a significant change for them, and understanding that how important that program is, because people do need funding if you have a business. The other thing I'll say is that we do have our semi-annual program. It's called Small Business Clinic, where we have all of the resources for small businesses. We had about 80 different businesses that attended, and we have lawyers, bankers, everything there that a business would need. But I think it was about 80, 85 attendants at businesses that came to that. We also have our From Startup to Success conference that we do every year. And I think this year we probably went over that 80. We kept trying to get past 80 businesses to attend, but we went far over that and exceeded that this year. The other thing I'll just show you is that we did move to North 30th Street. So we're at Highlander right now, and we are quite busy because now that we're there, people just walk in the door. So no appointments, and we're glad to be able to do that. So a lot of times they may have to wait a few minutes because we have people there already, but it's great to see that the community recognize that those opportunities are there for them to get that education. I'm gonna let Jim talk a little bit about what we're doing in 2023 and the initiatives that we have.
I'm going to go real fast because I see Willie there, but a couple things, and this is going to segue perfectly. We're doing a legal series the third Tuesday of every month now, where we have a lawyer come in and talk about specific legal topics, and we're doing that in collaboration with multiple players, including Eden, who's sitting right next to me with the Grow Nebraska. The next business clinic is the 8th of March, and that will be at the venue, and that we have about 25 service providers. It's free for anybody to come and see what's going on, and then we are also participating in the state small business credit initiative, SSBCI, that's targeted towards SETI populations, socially economically disadvantaged, individually owned businesses. So if you have questions how that works, the whole intent is to leverage private and public investment so we get more investment in SETI communities. So with that, I'm going to turn it over.
Big idea. Perfect.
Eden, before you go,
Yes,
April,
sir.
I forgot to bring you up. SBA, come on, please.
Oh, can't forget about April. Well, I'll go ahead and move forward. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Eden Butler. I'm the Executive Director for Grow Nebraska Women's Business Center. We're located at the 57 Ames on the Omaha Home for Boys campus, inside the Village Empowerment Center on level 2. So let's go ahead and get started because I've already been told I got 5 minutes. So who is GNWBC? Essentially, we're here to be the bridge between the entrepreneur and their goals in business. So if we're starting a business, we're expanding a business, or we're growing a business, it's our responsibility to basically connect you guys to resources for you guys to grow. So there's 4 ways we do that. We do that with one-on-one counseling, entrepreneurial training, connection to additional business resources, and co-hosting collaborative webinars and events. Okay, so I'm going to go through current programming super fast. But this first one is called Business Plan Snap and Boost. I'm super excited because last year we were able to launch this. We had a goal of 40 participants and we graduated 37. But this year we'll have 4 sessions with a goal of 80 participants, 20 participants in each course, and the third course will be 100% in Spanish. And so participants will gain a complete business plan, go through a feasibility study and a business health assessment. They'll be introduced to basic marketing strategies. We'll go over a review of their budget and financial goals and a whole lot more with that. Thanks to partners with like US Bank, Wells Fargo, Omaha Community Foundation. Each graduating member will also be awarded a small stipend, small stipend to assist with startup costs. The cool thing about this is that 2 weeks ago, we opened up applications for the Snap and Boost program for 2023. Session 1 and session 2 are already filled and over capacity. So I'm super excited about that. Thank you. Thank you. Second, we were able to launch this with UNO last fall. It's called the UNO Service Learning Academy Marketing Strategies. I was able to connect. I just want to note this by 2 seconds. So the picture, BC Clark is not in this picture, but she took the picture, so she actually was still there. So I just want to just put that out there. She's there too. But we were able to basically partner with us, NEF, Metro Omaha Women's Business Center, and we were able to take a handful of our clients and connect them with students at UNO. And essentially, we're able to go through, marketing research, marketing analysis, competitor analysis, sales strategy. They were able to put together a slide deck with each other and go through a sales script and a partner prospect call with those clients. And that was all serviced by the UNO Service Learning Academy with a handful of students. So that was really cool. And we're looking forward to doing that again, of course, next year. You've already talked about this Klein Williams. So make sure to sign up. More information about this opportunity at nevbiz.org, or, Jim has a really awesome flyer. See us more about that. We also have the Verizon Small Business Digital Ready program. So essentially, this is free to anybody to access. So the VSBDR is an online training platform created by Verizon specifically for entrepreneurs to access business knowledge through training modules and Ask the Expert feature tools and other exclusive features. Verizon also awards grant opportunities and other perks throughout the year. So definitely wanted to bring that to our community to be able to share that with everybody. So again, it's free. Grow Nebraska Foundation. So Grow Nebraska Women's Business Center, our parent organization is Grow Nebraska Foundation. They are actually based out of Kearney, and I have a team of about 6 wonderful individuals down there that help basically manifest Grow Nebraska Women's Business Center. But essentially, through Grow Nebraska, members are able to sell their Nebraska-made merchandise online through our online platforms. We're able to also sell their items through sites like Amazon, eBay, Facebook, Google, and of course through Grow Nebraska. Grow Nebraska assists members in also getting their items into physical stores like Hy-Vee, Bakers, and Whole Foods. We also have been able to get a handful of North Omaha business owners featured at the Nebraska State Fair. And Grow Nebraska also provides free Canva and Google training webinars every week in English and in Spanish. And so, yeah. All of this is absolutely free. Yeah, is it? Okay. And then the last current programming, GNWC onboarding. So Grow Nebraska is actually premier partners with Google. So we're able to assist clients in setting up their SEO platform through Google Business, Google Map, and Google Analytics. And again, all these services are 100% for free to our community. So all you have to do is just set up an appointment with our office, and we'll be able to get you guys assisted. Quickly, our impact, 2022.
1 minute left.
1 minute. Okay, we're going super fast. That's our service area: Dodge, Douglas, Lancaster, Sarpy, Saunders, and Washington. Essentially, everything in eastern Nebraska. This is really the impact, though. 3,000 375 unique businesses, client businesses served, 42 business startups. Thanks to Nebraska Enterprise Fund, we were able to assist with 20 capital infusions, and we're currently 115% over our exceeded goals. Thank you to all of our partners for 2022. I'm wrapping up. BC Clark is looking at me super crazy. We will be bringing Coffin Fast Track to Omaha as well. Of course, Central Community Partners as well. I'll have all this on the website. It's cool because I have probably like 15 seconds thanks to Willie. Thank you very much. If you guys need to connect, we'll go to Nebraska Women's Business Center. There's my QR code. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We wanted to make sure, because one of the things is we're talking about partnership and collaboration, whether it's Nebraska Enterprise Fund, Grow Nebraska, Carver, Omaha 100, the iHub that Terrell talked about. There's a lot more opportunities. Please share it with small business owners that are looking for funds, looking for training. Just want to let you know we have more available than we ever have. So just wanted to make sure, again, we want to also give April a few minutes. If you haven't met her, she's with the Small Business Administration. We always hear about we can't get government contracts. We don't know how to do it. We don't know how to fill the paper out, whatever it is. And April is here specifically to let us know what is available through her services. Let's recognize April Hibbler from the Small Business Administration.
Thank you. I only have 5 minutes, right?
Yes.
As well. Okay. So I'll go as fast as I can, as quickly as I can. So first of all, I just want to quickly go over what the SBA is. Okay. So the SBA is an independent agency tasked with protecting the interests of small businesses and small business owners. Specifically, the SBA advocates for small business participation in government contracts, awards, providing financial guidance and assistance, and offers small business counseling and performs special outreach for women, minorities, and veterans. Okay, I have to say this. We operate in what they call the 3 C's: capital, counseling, and contract. So I'm specifically here to focus on government contracts, because to me, that is one of the biggest areas of economic equity, specifically within the Black community. So, and you're going to hear why right now, because the United States federal government is the largest purchaser of goods and services in the world, with estimated purchases between $450 to $500 billion annually. So the overall goal of federal prime contract awards to small businesses is 23%, which is spread across the federal agencies. The SBA is responsible for ensuring the government-wide goal for participation of small businesses is established annually, and the reporting agency's achievements are relative to the goals. The SBA assigns individual small business goals to each agency based on several factors, including the size of the agency, the anticipated number, and dollar values of total contract awards and past contracting achievements. So more specifically, in addition to this overall small business contracting goal, the SBA also negotiates specific goals for certain small business categories. Small disadvantaged businesses, we want 12% of those dollars of $450 to $500 billion, 12% we want to go to small disadvantaged businesses, which those are specifically in our 8A program, which I'll go over that in a second really quickly. And to women-owned small businesses, we want 5% of those dollars to go to women-owned small businesses, and 3% to veteran-owned small businesses. And this is also significant, 3% to hub zone. We're in the hub zone right now. North Omaha is a hub zone area. So let's see, I'm trying to keep up with my time here to see how far I can go into this. So I'll go over specifically the 8A program. That is a 9-year business development program, and that's where the 12% contracts we want to go to. So basically, it is a program to help, let's say Section 8 of the Small Business Act established a program that allowed the SBA to end contracts with other agencies and award subcontracts for performing those contracts to firms eligible for participation. The program is the 8A Business Development Program. This program provides business development support, helping eligible small disadvantaged businesses compete in the marketplace. As I said before, the government aims to give 12% of federal contracting dollars to qualified disadvantaged businesses, 8A firms. Now, last year, 19% of those contracting dollars went to our 8A firms in Nebraska. And I forgot to mention that $1.3 billion federal contract dollars were spent in Nebraska. And of that, 43% of that went to small businesses. So, yeah, so I'm going to speak. We also have this woman-owned small business program. We did fall a little bit below our category because that's 3%. We fall around 2.3% in Nebraska. So there's more outreach needed in that area. We exceeded in Hub Zone. That we did about 13% in Hub Zone area. And then we did about 17% in the veteran-owned small business. So what I'm going to do specifically. So we want to increase involvement in these contracting programs. So we're going to be more intentional about creating collaborations with organizations that serve the target market. And so you all will be seeing me more doing trainings in these areas as well. And also I want to mention that the partners that we work with, SCORE and the Nebraska Business Development Center, the Apex Accelerators, formerly known as PTAC. So those are our partners. And what happens is once I do the trainings, I refer you all to these partners and they help you get those certifications. Then you round back to us, the SBA, and we help manage your process when you become a federal contractor. But we are very much encouraging business owners to take advantage of these contracting programs because, like I said, when you speak of economic equity, this is it. So, thank you.
Thank you, April, Eden, and Jim, BC. Again, just want to emphasize, please spread the word. I want to also let the audience know there's still over 120 people that are on the Zoom participating and listening, and even to the speakers. You have a lot of people that are listening and paying attention. We'll also record this and share it. We want everybody to know that there are resources out here, and to have someone in our own community that specializes in 8A right here and available governmental contracts and opportunities. So let's again thank all of those that are working on entrepreneurship. Our last segment, I appreciate those that are online that have stayed with us and you that are especially here in the room. This has been a while since we've had one of these in person, so our navigation through this, we appreciate your patience, but this is vitally important information. We want to welcome up, we want to definitely have Sydney Franklin from 75 North, Meredith Dillon from Front Porch, Michael Maroney from 24th Street, OEDC, and Joanna from Malcolm X. If you can come up, and as they're coming, Pete Festerson, City Council President, has been here since, 7 o'clock in the morning. And I want to give him a chance to kind of touch on a couple of things as we're preparing. Again, I appreciate you all's patience. I know you were scheduled for quite a while back to be on, but hopefully we can still get your presentations and make sure that you know that there's a lot of people still listening online and want to hear about these major projects and opportunities that are coming. But Pete, again, let's recognize Pete Festerson, one of our long-term partners, and then we'll get into housing and revitalization.
Well, thanks, Willie. I appreciate you having me here today. I also want to give regards from City Councilmember Juanita Johnson. She wanted to be here today too, but she got called away at the last minute to her job at Union Pacific. One of the things I like about Willie is he keeps us on time, so I'm going to be short. Thanks, Jane. Another thing I like about Willie and all we've done here is we measure everything, right? And we keep track of it over our efforts over the many years. And if you recall the very first slide we saw today, we've made substantial improvements on Black poverty in this city. And to me, that's a huge indication of the work we're doing here together, and that's why we're here. One thing that was not trending positively in those measurements, though, was Black home ownership. And that's what we're about to talk about with this very great panel here. And to me, that's a very important indicator of where we're headed to, and a very important indicator of where we need to be working. And it reaffirms, I think, our position that the mayor was talking about in terms of our largest ARPA allocation from the city being to affordable housing for a $60 million effort together with Front Porch and the rest of our partners here at the table. I think that's very important going forward. The City Council also just adopted an Affordable Action Housing Plan. We're going to be spending a lot of time on that this year. I think that's a very important part of this picture too. Lots of policy implications involved in that document, as well as financial implications to the city. And as the mayor also mentioned, we have approved over $122 million worth of rental assistance through the City Council in the last year or two. And we do have this vote on Tuesday for $19 million more. That vote's going to be unanimous. We'll get that out and operating as quickly as possible. We think that's very important. Another unanimous vote we had recently is our ongoing support of the Step Up program with the Empowerment Network. We see that as a very important effort $500,000 from our general funds, and another $300,000 from our CDBG funds to continue that important work. One place I couldn't be this morning because I was here was at the food bank, but they will soon be announcing a major project there too, a big expansion project that we think will help with the distribution of food and basic needs throughout our community, food and nutrition being a very important part of this picture too. And the last thing I'll mention is I also want to give a lot of thanks to Senators McKinney and Wayne. This is a historic time for us in all our efforts here. With LB 24 and those implications to North and South Omaha, we have a generational opportunity here to make an impact on poverty and economic disparities in our community if we do this right. So it's a really exciting time to be involved. I look forward to participating with them and being a partner. One thing you've heard about today, almost every project you've heard about today, has something to do with the city, either city investment or requires city approval by the city council. I can tell you we're all in as a partner. We're ready to get this done. We see this as a huge opportunity to address some long-term wrongs in our community. And the last project I would mention that Mike will probably mention here today, I also happen to work for CHI Health. And as part of that picture, a project that's been recommended that Mike and I have worked on for probably 10 years now, that we think will finally get accomplished and we're really excited about, is a $14 million project just east of Kellum Elementary School, about 20th and Paul, that would centralize all of CHI Health's culinary efforts and food preparation efforts and employ about 100 folks at $18 an hour with benefits from the community and have a long-term growth possibility there. So we're really excited to finally get that project done. And it's those kind of investments and that kind of job creation that I think is really going to make a difference for us. Thanks for having me.
All right, thanks again, Councilman Festerson. We want to, again, this is now looking at housing and revitalization. There are some major projects that are either underway or coming very quickly. So we have Sydney Franklin. She's the CEO of 75 North and is doing a tremendous work. You see the cranes moving and all kinds of things happening on North 30th Street. And then also the Spencer projects as things. So we wanted to give her an opportunity to give the community an update of what's going on and where things are going with 75 North. Let's please welcome Sydney Franklin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Barney and Empowerment Network for having me. For those of you that may not be familiar, 75 North, we are a small nonprofit community development organization focused on North Omaha's Highlander neighborhood in the North 30th Street corridor. We have 3 areas of focus wherein we're laser focused. That is in the development of mixed income housing that spans rental housing options. And we're now excited to share some for sale housing options in Highlander. It spans a partnership now 8 years in with Omaha Public Schools to strengthen our neighborhood school, which is called Howard Kennedy Elementary. At Howard Kennedy, staff there have specialized professional development. The school has a longer school day and year than other OPS elementary schools. They have an instructional leader there that has really specialized training. There's intervention labs for students that may be falling behind in literacy, science, and math. And then there's a general STEAM or STEM focus in the school that's project-based. So really exciting there. And that relationship has resulted in the construction of an early learning center that focuses on our youngest learners in the neighborhood, 6 weeks, so teeny babies to pre-K, with the goal of sending to Howard Kennedy kindergartners that are on track behaviorally, academically, and socially. And then finally, we have a focus around kind of health and wellness that's really anchored in the Highlander Accelerator. Hopefully everyone here is familiar with all the things I'm talking about, because hopefully you're familiar with the North 30th Street corridor, but the Accelerator is a massive community enrichment facility, we call it, that is multi-purpose and mixed use. It's a great place for gathering. Many of our partners that we work with are housed within the Accelerator. Hopefully everyone was here for Nancy Williams' presentation with No More Empty Pots, who will be our newest partner as the greenhouse in the Accelerator is finally activated after years of sitting vacant. You can ask Nancy afterwards for more details about that. But Nebraska Enterprise Fund, Charles Drew Health Center, Big Mama's Kitchen, Best Burger, Metropolitan Community College, Creighton University are just a few of the partners that implement really diverse and enriching programs out of that facility. And so to date, we've invested in the North 30th Street corridor roughly $105 million in the projects that I'm going to breeze through. Yes. And it's only through partnerships like Mr. Barney and the mayor stressed that the project that I'm going to talk about has been possible. So mixed income housing is probably what we're most known for. Housing is probably the sexiest part of what we do. Personally, I think our partnership with Dr. Logan and OPS and the educators at OPS are really the strength of our work in Highlander and the corridor. But folks typically ask us most about what we're doing with housing. And so just really quickly, I'm going to breeze through this. Hopefully everyone has seen all of these, this physical investment in Highlander. We broke ground in 2015 on the first of 5 phases of a mixed use, mixed income housing development. 101 units became available online in 2017 and 18 that were a span of townhomes, row homes, and kind of walk-up style apartments. When I say mixed income, the way that we create and preserve affordability in Highlander while also attracting a more mix of diversity of incomes is through this. So about a third of the units that we offer to date are market rate. So if your incomes allow you to afford the unit, then it's your unit. But 2/3 of those units are restricted based on an income cap. So these are HUD defined guidelines. HUD is the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development that kind of funnels through either the city or the state of Nebraska. But 50% of the area median income is the cap for about a third of our units, and 60% of the area median income is the cap for about another third of our units. And then a third are market rate. I'm going to talk very briefly about a federal grant that the city of Omaha and the Omaha Housing Authority in 75 North received in 2019 that has kind of created a little bit more affordability in our units. So if anyone's familiar with Nobility Point, which is our 60 unit senior housing facility that completed in the beginning of 2021, you have to be 62 to live there, and it's a little bit more subsidized than our first phase of housing. So there are some replacement housing units for public housing residents. There's about 9 or 10 households that are considered public housing that reside in Nobility Point, which was not part of the income mix for Highlander Phase 1, which were those 101 units. It's just kind of a good distinction to understand. This property is the most jump-in space in Highlander. Our senior residents that live in Highlander are engaged and active and hilarious. They've organized, they know what they want, and they share with us regularly. So it's probably the most programmed space. Many of the partners here come to Nobility Point regularly to offer a number of tools to the residents that live there, and it is just a really cool thing to see. Highlander Phase 5 those are the cranes Mr. Barney referenced. This is the phase that's under construction today. There's no Highlander. The Highlander Accelerator is one of the phases in here, so it may seem like I missed a step, but this is our 3rd residential development and our 4th phase of development. It's 108 units of course, mixed income housing, rows of beautiful townhomes, duplexes, the townhomes and row homes that exist in Highlander Phase 1, which span 31st Street from Parker to roughly Patrick Avenue, are our most popular. They flew off the shelf as soon as construction completed on those. So we're building more low density rental units in Highlander Phase 4. And then there's a large scale, hopefully everyone has seen it, driving past Charles Drew, past the accelerator. It's a 4-story apartment complex with some ground floor retail. And so these are just some really cool shots that show our proximity and our adjacency to the rest of the city and to downtown. We're right in the core of the city, just really well positioned. And then these are some of the renderings of townhomes. These colors are not final, but I just kind of threw them in there.
And so these are going to, again, be mixed income, will accommodate, again, folks that come from a wide range of economic backgrounds. And so we're just really proud of this phase. And then this is that 4-story. It depends on which direction you're looking at, but there are 4 stories if you're looking at this vantage point, and then some ground floor retail there. And then Highlander Phase 5. We will break ground early this spring on 41 units of mixed income housing that will be just on the west edge of the Highlander Accelerator. So if you're at Salem Baptist Church, you're looking south, there's kind of a swath of land that's undeveloped that will be activated with these units here. These are going to be exceptional. This will be the patio experience for people that move into the, yes, wow, it's our units are getting better and better. And so single family housing, this is, the Highlander Phase 4, this is a $41 million project. This is simpler than the construction of these single family homes. And if I had known that Julius Davis and Nadra Davis with Davis Construction, who are one of the general contractors for this phase, if you guys want to give yourself a quick promo back there. These are one of our general contractors. If I would have put your house, if I had known you'd be here front and center. They did not, this White House, this is not the house that they constructed, but they're one of our partners that have helped us to initiate this really important pivotal moment in our expansion in Highlander, which is single family for sale construction. Our partnership, I saw Teresa Hunter here with Family Housing Advisory Services and Omaha 100, the city of Omaha, our city council members, the mayor's office, I see Mr. Warren, have made this project possible. Building affordable single family housing is not easy, but we figured out a way to do it. And so these 4 homes are the first of about 25 that we will construct over the next several years. And then just really quickly, wellness and economic vitality is really core to what we do. These are some of our partners here. This is what the accelerator looks like in the spring and summer, early fall. Many of the things that we do just to create that sense of growth and economic development along the corridor. And then I think this is probably what folks are most interested to hear about is the redevelopment of Spencer Homes. So if anyone's been near 30th and Spencer recently, you've seen that the 111 units of Spencer Homes public housing has been demolished. The Omaha Housing Authority, through our there's a federal grant that the city of Omaha and the Housing Authority and 75 North as kind of a people resource partner in this development. We do not own this land. We are not the developer in this project. The Omaha Housing Authority is. They have received funds to essentially revitalize this corridor. And so this lower picture here is what this property looks like now. And so in its place on, this is not, I know folks that are familiar with Spencer Homes call on the east side of the 75 highway, that's Little Spencer or East Spencer, that's still standing. The Housing Authority is raising funds now to figure out a way to raise that land. And as the ED has said publicly that they're looking for some partners and to figure out how to best activate that. There's not a plan to expand our development on the east side, but this is what the first phase of 2 phases of the redevelopment of Spencer Homes will look like. Again, it'll feel very similar to Highlander Phase 4, which is that large-scale multifamily building with rows of townhomes and duplexes and some ground floor commercial space. I think the most important part of this first phase is the interconnectivity of this site with the rest of the neighborhood. If anyone's familiar with public housing historically across the country, they were poorly designed and isolated from the broader community. And so there's a multi-million-dollar public infrastructure package that is going to create streets and connection to 30th Street and the existing neighborhood, which is super exciting. And then the last thing is this is the second phase, which will be on the west side of 30th Street. That's 49 units, opportunities for some ground floor retail there, and that's all I got.
Yeah, I let you go a little bit longer, but I think that question of what's going on at Spencer, a lot of people are interested in that, so I wanted to make sure that, and it's also being recorded, so
yes,
we'll be able to point people to specific areas that they're interested in.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Barney, the last thing that I'll say is this is the question we get over and over and over is just displacement of the residents that lived at Spencer. They have been essential to this process planning since 2018 when we applied to the federal government for those dollars that were awarded in
2019. In Highlander phases 4, 5, and then the redevelopment of Spencer homes, Spencer residents have the first access to 30% of those units. So residents that are in good standing with the Omaha Housing Authority have first access to all of the housing units that are being constructed right now.
Awesome. That's good. So I want to make sure that Meredith Dillon, one of the things people have heard a little bit about Front Porch, but really pay attention because we need to share this information. There's an ongoing cycle of opportunity, especially for small businesses and developers. So let's welcome Meredith Dillon, who's from Front Porch Investments.
Thank you. I'll be quick this morning. Thanks for having me. Front Porch Investments, really quick, a background for us. We were born out of a housing assessment that was released in 2021. 9 local philanthropic foundations came together to try to understand what currently exists in terms of affordable housing in our community and what's needed over the next 20 years. Who are the players? What are the gaps? And what can we do to address the housing crisis that we really found in that process? So we learned in the study, and again, this is data from just early 2020, so probably much more significant now, that we were about 80,000 units short in terms of dedicated affordable units that are needed. So right now we have about 20,000 dedicated affordable units in our community, and we were short almost 80,000. And in a very conservative estimate, that gap would grow to 104,000 units of housing that would be needed in our community to make sure that people aren't paying more than 30% of their rent or their household income to their rent or mortgage. Out of that study, we learned a lot, including that Northeast Omaha is experiencing some of the greatest increase in rent and home sales. So 17% of folks that live east of 72nd Street and north of Dodge are paying more than 30% of their income to their rent or mortgage. And we also learned that it impacts renters and people of color at a higher rate than others across our community. So some of the goals identified in that study: accelerate the production of quality, dedicated, affordable housing, preserve the housing that we have and keep it affordable, prevent and address housing instability and homelessness, and then foster innovations that reduce the cost of providing a quality, affordable housing. That's affordable housing by design. And then provide relief and assistance to residents experiencing gentrification. So it's our task to move forward on those goals and the initiatives that were identified in the study as well in order to address those goals. We've got 4 pillars. Come to our website at frontporchinvestments.org and you can learn all about that. I won't go into that, but we were tasked with setting up 3 major funding catalysts. We developed the Development and Preservation Fund, combined both of those together to just do that, develop new affordable housing and preserve affordable housing and make sure those units stay dedicated in our community. We were grateful to partner with the City of Omaha. Front Porch Investments brought $20 million in philanthropic funding to the table, and we were able to leverage the city's investment of ARPA funds so that we could take that further together. And we're really proud to have launched, again, the Development and Preservation Fund. That there are additional cycles that will open twice a year. February 1st through March 1st and August 1st through September 1st are the cycles when your applications can be turned in. And I wanted to share some about our strong partnerships that we've already seen so far. So I see a lot of folks here today that we have partnered with, including folks on my left and right, as well as Carmen Tapio, and I know Kyle Keith has been here today with NOC Redevelopment. Grateful to have him here. He's working on the Greenwood project. But just to share with you all in terms of specific to North Omaha, we had 5 out of 7 projects awarded in our spring funding round that were in Northeast Omaha, and 4 out of 8 projects in this last round in the fall that were specific to Northeast Omaha. 8 out of 9 of those projects were led by Black developers or Black-led nonprofit organizations. Thank you. In 2022, when we look back, we awarded over 13 million. It's actually almost 15, so that's a little bit incorrect there, in loans ranging from 18 months to 18 years and over $3 million in grants to housing supportive nonprofits. Something coming up for this year to pay attention to, we recently reached out and asked for folks who were willing to serve on a community advisory committee. We paid them a housing wage of $20 an hour, but we asked these folks who had been impacted in some way or still are by redlining to come and help us create solutions. The Greenlining Fund was one of those major funding catalysts that was identified for us to launch, and it focuses on homeowner and homebuyer supports. So making sure we're addressing that racial equity gap in homeownership that you saw earlier today by helping with a number of different avenues and programs to help with getting folks into homeownership, but also making sure we're not displacing people as we see, again, historic investment coming into the community. We want to support the homeowners that are already there with things like property tax relief, by offering home equity loans in areas that we know haven't had that historically, and making sure that we're not displacing the people who have been in the community and want to stay in the community. And we have a commitment at Front Porch Investments to not do that without the community leading that decision. So the Community Advisory Committee will lead in all of our investments. They bring those to us and we approve them and we move forward on them together and we figure out how to fund them and make it happen. So really grateful for the Community Advisory Committee. Again, find out more about us at frontporchinvestments.org.
Awesome. I hope everybody caught that. I think you did. And this is one of those things, as Justin and I were talking earlier in conversations throughout, sometimes we can miss opportunities because we don't understand it or we think it, whatever. I'll be honest and transparent. When Front Porch first, I was like, what is this all about? I knew Meredith from the city, but what is this? But then she talked through equity and Naomi and what they're focused on, wealth creation and ownership in our community. And then when you start looking at the results, that they are working with North Omaha developers and financing African-American developers in North Omaha and around the city. That is massive. So sometimes we can miss the opportunity because it doesn't look like what we thought it was going to look like, but they are really intentional about this. So let's celebrate both Sydney and Front Porch and the work that they're doing.
Thank you.
We're getting ready to come into this development. We've been working for a while, Mr. Maroney, around 24th Street in North Omaha. Michael Maroney, 40 plus years of development experience, and has been really partnering on a lot of different things in North Omaha. And he won't say it himself, but much of what we see right now happening in North Omaha would not be happening if Michael Maroney hadn't stepped out in faith and do what he does. So I just want to say thank you. He's the CEO of Omaha Economic Development Corporation. Let's again celebrate Michael Maroney.
Thank you, Willie. You won't see any slides with me, just look at my pretty face. But sometimes OEDC, Omaha Economic Development Corporation, gets pigeonholed in being just a housing organization. And we like to think we're a little bit more than just housing. We are what's referred to as a CDC, that's a Community Development Corporation. We are a nonprofit, so we can go after money. But we take a more comprehensive approach toward community developing communities. Although we initially started off doing primarily housing, we did do a shopping center way back when. We've been around since 1977, so we got a pretty good footprint. But about 12 years ago, and it was on the heels of the Village Revitalization Plan, we made a conscious decision that we needed to perhaps become more laser focused in what we were doing. We still look at North Omaha as our target market, but we've shrunk that down considerably to focus in on more geographically based areas. But before I talk about that, I do want to pick back up on what Councilman Festerson alluded to, and well, not alluded to, but what he talked about briefly and Willie alluded to, was a collaboration that we entered into with CHI hospitals a number of years ago. If you recall, when they tore down, when St. Joe Hospital closed, at that time, St. Joe Hospital, through their kitchen facility, was providing all the dietary cooking needs for their for their hospitals in this region. That went from central Nebraska to western Iowa, the number of hospitals that they did their dietary cooking for. Well, at that facility,
many of their employees, I think it was even most of their employees, actually came from North Omaha. But when they closed that down and they moved that operation out to Bergen Mercy, that put a big strain on a lot of the employees, particularly those from North Omaha. So they had a desire to want to get back to North Omaha. One, not only to make it more palatable for many of their employees to be able to get to and from work, but they knew that in their long-term strategic planning, they intended to grow their operation dramatically. And so in a conversation we had with them, we came up with an agreement that the OEDC would seek to identify a location and prepare for them. And they would agree, one, they would relocate their commercial kitchen back to North Omaha and commit that as they grow, and their goal was to grow. Right now, they had about 65 to 75 employees. Those would move back to North Omaha. But at the same time, they would look to be growing to about 150 to 175 over the next 3 to 5 years. And their commitment was to target North Omaha residents for those positions and jobs. And if you would take into consideration the benefits that come with those salaries, they were in the $18 to $20 starting range, all the way up to a lot more than that. So these were these livable wage jobs. And we probably are looking to kick that off this year. And hopefully that facility will be complete sometime next year. But the other part of that was that, like I said, about 12 years ago, we made this conscious decision that we wanted to focus on, and not only just in housing, but also on job creation and entrepreneurial development. And we decided to target North Omaha, not North Omaha, but 24th Street, but not just 24th Street, but even a defined area within 24th Street where we are generating much of our energy today. And that's basically, those of you who know 24th Street, from Patrick to Lake. We focus on that area. We own a number of those buildings inside there. We own some vacant land in there. And we decided that if we can't save the world, we can't save Nebraska, we can't save Omaha. But if we can save a piece of it, then we could probably have a positive impact on the community. One of the things that we're proposing that we will be doing this year, and it's in 3 areas. One, it is actually job creation, and that was primarily with the relationship with CHI, but we're also creating some other jobs in this immediate area we're talking about, but also entrepreneurial activity and housing. And Cindy alluded to a lot about mixed income housing. We like to talk about mixed type housing, not just rental housing, but we're also in the process of building some single family homes right in that area between the Blondo and Lake Street. We're looking at doing some additional market rate rental housing, but also condominiums for sale. One of the things we know we need is to saturate the area with more housing and housing types for all levels of income of people. We've heard a lot about entrepreneurial development and loans and businesses. One of the biggest challenges we have in North Omaha, in particular we're talking about, is there's no place for an entrepreneur to do business. There's no buildings. So we are proposing one of the buildings that we own. We're going to substantially renovate those buildings that we own, make them available for what we want to say small and emerging entrepreneurs that would be hiring anywhere from 2 to 10 employees. We also want to provide. We're looking at doing 2 multi-story buildings that are multi-purpose. They would be a combination of retail, commercial on the main floor, with residential units up above. Those residential units would be a combination of market rate and condominiums. And one of the buildings is even touted to be a live-work opportunity for those who would need that kind of space. If we are successful, and we believe we will be because we're well on the way, in fact, most all of this will go under construction yet this year. We would actually be stimulating the creation and development of about 245 jobs, because in the two commercial buildings the two buildings, multi-story buildings that we're talking about, we would create about 70 jobs out of these buildings, about 50 entrepreneurial opportunities, space for businesses to operate. Those businesses will be commercial, retail, and professional services. And we would be looking to do, there again, like 245 jobs, about 50 businesses we would be bringing back into the community. And right in that immediate area, about 150 housing units of various types. It would be a tremendous impact upon a small area. But we think one of the things we learned out of the village revitalization plan that we did a long time ago, if you centralize a beginning and you grow outwards, that has a better opportunity. The 24th and the lake area is a tremendous starting point. It'll be a complement to what 75 North, which was a historical partner we dealt with years ago, were involved with, complement to that particular area. One of the things people say is it's going to be too much. Is that going to be too much commercial? It's going to be too much housing. If you looked at historically and the statistics, that's not even enough. There's so much need. It's just like the 1024 funding of the 225 or 250 million dollars. People say that's a lot of money. Not for the needs that are out there. So we believe that not only will this have a tremendous impact, but it can be absorbed over the next 2 to 3 years. With that,
Thank you, Michael. 245 jobs, 50 businesses, 150 as well, houses. So Joanna, I appreciate your patience. You get to bring us home. For those that are still online and that yet in the room, we will have after this, for those that are able to stay for a little bit, because one of the things that Senator Wayne and Senator McKinney have challenged us to do is look at the various projects that have been submitted, and is there a way for us to collaborate even more as they're having conversations that this goes back to the state. I can tell you that on a personal and a professional level, as we've done surveys at North Omaha, one of the top priorities consistently has been the Malcolm X Foundation and the redevelopment of the Malcolm X land. So anytime we have an opportunity, we always want to have Joanna and Leo provide an update and how can we as a community support them. So let's please welcome the Executive Director of the Malcolm X Foundation, Joanna LaFleur-Ejiki.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us back to talk about the progress that has happened, but really I'm here to talk about the progress that needs to happen. And so many of you know Malcolm X was born right here in Omaha, Nebraska, May 19th, 1925. And there's some common themes that I heard today. Collaboration is one, revitalization is another, and this panel in particular is about community development. And there's a common theme with me, at least, that one of my first jobs out of college was in community development. Actually worked with Sydney down there at the Omaha Chamber. And we also talked a lot about what it really means to improve community development. And usually people talk about housing or revitalization, but there's a key element to that, and that is people. And people have a need for housing and security, but they also have a need to celebrate themselves and their cultural preservation. So that's a big part of what we do at the Malcolm X Foundation, cultural preservation, and it also encourages tourism. So that was another theme I heard earlier today. So again, I just wanted to say thank you for the invitation. I am going to be brief. You saved the best for last. Thank you. And also my daughter is ready to go. So I also want to give a congratulations to everyone who was recommended for the ARPA funds. It's just the beginning, and we do have to do a lot more to collaborate in order for something like the Malcolm X Foundation to be high on that list for the next round. All right. Okay, we had some wins in my first year as ED at the Malcolm X Foundation. The last time I was here, I was fresh, but not to the role, to the work itself, just fresh to the work, to the role. So we've had a number of wins. Just in general, the first year has been a lot of internal work, getting processes and policies together, building significant key partnerships with local cultural organizations. We partnered with Opera Omaha to bring the Malcolm X Opera. Well, they brought the Malcolm X Opera here, but we made it worth seeing. We also partnered with Durham Museum. They have helped us improve a lot of our experiences with the exhibits and presentations. And like I said, we have done a lot of policies and procedures and updated our bylaws to reflect those changes. Some programmatic successes. We've had some notable wins for last year, considering the amount of volunteer work that has happened over the years. You have to do a lot to make a lot of these events happen. And so I just wanted to share some numbers that I look forward to growing during my time. But we had about 4,400 visitors combined with tours, rentals, special events. We've had 25 consistent volunteers, and believe me, do not underestimate the power of consistent volunteers. That is really what's making Malcolm X thrive and survive right now. So I really much appreciate that. All right, so a little glitch here, but that should say Nebraska Hall of Fame celebration. I just want to share a couple images. I want to thank a lot of the people, yes. I want to thank a lot of the people, some of them in this room and maybe watching on Zoom, who participated in this true community collaborative effort. We had to testify, we had 3 public hearings, and people wrote letters, they showed up in person to make this happen. So that is a 18-month process, and the RFQ for artist applications for people to submit their ideas to get a bust of Malcolm X is going to happen next month. So keep an eye out for that if you know an artist who deserves this opportunity. And yeah, let's move on. All right, building capacity is another key area for us right now. So we recently got statewide funds to get an AmeriCorps Vista program at the Malcolm X Foundation so that we can build more stability. Also, I am a student, as always, in lobby school right now. And that's through the Nebraska Civic Engagement Table. So we are offered some legislative mentorship, some policy research fellowship. Brenda Council is actually our mentor in that space. And with that, we have always been civically engaged in the past, but we really want to make sure we're strategic and intentional in that effort. So even when we're talking about a lot of the bills that are affecting North Omaha especially, we want to pay attention to those. We want to get behind the ones that deserve to be supported. We want to also train the community to be able to understand the impact of some of these policies. A lot of people don't want to have that conversation about how policy does affect us. So we are ready to be more of a lead in that conversation. And then here also the Community Foundation locally is offering a capacity building program, which I am a student once again of. And so we'll have a long year of learning and training and building the organization to have a stronger capacity so that we can do more when we have more visitors coming back from the College World Series, Berkshire Hathaway, you name it. But really, Malcolm X is an international namesake. So a lot of people are coming straight to Omaha to visit the memorial birth site of Malcolm X. And so we want to be ready for that. Thank you. And then lastly here, just a couple more slides. What can you do, people who are watching, people who are trying to be involved? We do have board member positions open. We are looking for sponsorships for Malcolm's birthday weekend, which has been celebrated in Omaha since 1968 and back in Rowena Moore's day, who was our founder. And then the next slide, I'm going to show an image of the revitalization that we can participate in as a community. Capital campaign of $18 million is needed for that. So inside the yellow highlighted area is the property that we manage of 17 plus acres at the Malcolm X Center, 3448 Evans Street. And so currently some development does exist. We got a lot of that from community development block grant funds. And then the rest that you see here to the west of the property is an amphitheater, outdoor seating, and conference and educational cultural center. As I mentioned earlier, it's important for the people to have a place that they are proud of, and the cultural center is going to serve that purpose. People already gather for different events at our space. So what if we had a more structured space for them to do that? So we wanted to add some outdoor seating, and then we want to move our exhibits and visitors experience to the cultural center. And we can start having more of our conferences and meetings like today at the cultural center. So again, that's my spiel. Thank you for saving the best for last. And if you want to reach out to my calls to action, my email is there, joanna@malcolmxfoundation.org.
Thank you, Joanna. You can turn off those mics and then we'll, again, let's recognize the amazing work going on to revitalize North Omaha and appreciate Sydney. Thank you, Meredith, Michael, and Joanna. Thank you all. Let me do a couple things, and then I want to do this. I wanted to do a little bit earlier, but I'll take a moment now. As we, as an organization, continue to prepare for more development and more work, we are organizing within the Empowerment Network to expand and do some things. With that expansion, one of the things that I wanted to do and recognize is Vicki Quates Ferris, Director of Operations since 2009. We are making some shifts, and she is being promoted to the Vice President of Community Development and Operations. So Vicki, come on up here. I want to recognize her amazing work in the community. And in addition, some of our collaboratives are expanding and want to do even more as we move forward. I want to recognize a person that's been another champion doing amazing work in the background many times, but he's going to be in the forefront moving forward as Vice President of Community Collaboratives, and that is Jonathan Chapman. If you could come forward. So as you see various community meetings and different events and activities going on over this next year and years moving forward, you will probably see them a whole lot more, and especially on the community development side, and then also on the community collaborative. So you'll hear more about that, but I wanted you to be the first to see what we're doing inside to make sure that we are structurally ready for this next level. So again, let's celebrate Vicki Quates Ferris and Jonathan Chapman. With the time that we have, we just want to open this up a little bit. Some of our speakers are still here, and we also just want to have a quick conversation. We did say 1 o'clock. If you really have to leave, Kenny McMorris, you're good? Okay. Okay. So let's just have this conversation. Everybody hear the challenge from Senator Wayne and Senator McKinney? Everybody hear that? So they're saying, what more can we do to collaborate in this next round? It has to go back through the state. So there have been recommendations made, but there's nothing finalized yet as far as what types of funds will be invested directly. So maybe just open this up to some conversation around this, and just some, first of all, any general comments about what you've heard today, and specifically what you could offer to us that we could, first of all, you open to looking at a larger collaborative approach with Senator Wayne and Senator McKinney as they go back to move these funds forward. Let's just open up the conversation. What's on your mind? What are your thoughts about figuring out how we can collaborate more moving forward? Thoughts?
Earlier, that is, thank you, that's going upstream and is not just a response to the ways that our community and our city, our state have fallen short, but how does this work? It's implied, I think we all assume what the answer is, but how does this work get to making sure that the next generation is not working on things in the same way or working from behind or working to catch up, but more so working to thrive and to sustain. And so I just want to point that out for everyone to be thinking about how these investments and how this work goes upstream to make sure we are cutting off some of the things that we found ourselves in. So as we celebrate and we look to the future, let's also break some of these cycles of some of this generational stuff that has persisted, and that in a way that our descendants can do it a little bit differently.
Good. Thank you, Keith, and thank you for behind the scenes, a lot of work you did last year to help support getting us to where we are. Other questions or comments, especially about how we respond to Senator Wayne, Senator McKinney, and the opportunities that we can again build on to move the community forward. Other comments, thoughts, questions around that. Carmen.
Thank you. I'm not a really good understanding of, I think, where the senators need to get to in terms of meeting with each of the projects and understanding how far underway the projects are, what is needed. If we understood what the needs are of the projects themselves, besides the funding. So we talk about wraparound services, whether if it's development, is it help with architecture, engineering, right? So we don't know what the specific project needs are, if that makes sense. So,
yes.
Yes. We have resources, we have connections, we have relationships where I think people would be willing to provide assistance. And so if we had a better understanding of what the needs are. And I just want to say this before I have to go. North End Teleservices is 7 years in February of this year. Thank you. But it has not been alone. It has not been anything that we have done on our own. It has been years of really, really hard work of making sure that the business survives. You've heard me say this before, heads down, just plowing away at making sure that we are achieving our objective. But front porch, OEDC, we wouldn't exist without OEDC, who made the investment in us early on through partnerships with 75 North and Nebraska Enterprise Fund. So it really is collaboration. We are a template for what I think is possible when collaboration, partnership, and good old-fashioned hard work come together. So I just wanted to add that as well.
Good. Thank you. Congratulations on 7 years and that partnership. And everything I'm hearing, they're not, I don't think they're able to get back on, but I'm taking notes that hopefully we'll be able to take back to them. And again, hopefully reconvene specifically. And what I heard from Senator McKinney is that the projects that have been recommended, that sit down conversation is coming. But even those that have not been recommended, there's will be another avenue as far as being able to come in and share some insights, answer questions. I believe that's coming next as well. Thank you, Carmen. Yes.
Okay. First of all, I think that what has been so amazing about the different presentations in this event has been the incredible collaboration that has been happening. I truly believe that the progress that you have made has been thanks to that. My name is Marta Garcia Murillo. I am the Dean of the College of Information Science and Technology at UNO. And I'm really looking forward to meet you all, make partnerships, and contribute to that effort to empower our communities or youth, particularly on a tech sector that can be so empowering. That's just a comment. But my question to you regarding the issues that you're talking about, specifically because one of the senators commented he wanted to do the north-south trolley, right? And he himself was opposed to the current proposal for the trolley. And I guess, to me, one of the things that could be helpful is, what is it that the trolley do specifically, right? I mean, what is it connecting? What is it empowering? What neighbors, what are the areas that are being benefited from that effort. So truly just curiosity. It really is not intended to be a criticism at all. That's not what my comment is. It really is just ask for information, particularly because our bus system is west, right? So the north-south seems kind of pretty reasonable as a complement to what the city has right now.
Good. Thank you very much for your comments about collaboration, and we'll make sure that there's a number of people that touched on the streetcar. So we'll make sure that those questions, again, I want to remind everyone there are index cards. So if you didn't have a chance to ask your question, make sure you write that down, because in part 2, we'll go deeper into these issues and actually be able to have our speakers do some Q&A with you as well. Thank you for that. Other comments? Wendell?
So just grateful to be here. And I'm going to say this not from an official capacity, although I am a president of a neighborhood association, I'm an entrepreneur in the community. I'm a churchman. I've planted 4 churches in my lifetime. I'm actually from the lowest total point in the totem pole. I heard a whole lot today, and I'm excited about all the things it's doing, all the monies that are going in, all the collaborations, all the future partnerships. And I heard one voice before I had to step out and come back from a business meeting. There was a guy here with by the nickname Chrome, and he kind of touched on it, but he didn't really hit it on the head. I saw all these strong women organizations to empower women. And believe me, although not a feminist, I've raised 5 daughters who are extraordinary in their own right. And I'm married to one of the most beautiful, wonderful, strong women in the world who keeps me in balance. The young Black male, we need to fill that gap. We need, I won't say to outpace, but we need to at least reallocate some of our energies and bandwidth. Because right now, he's not at the table, so he's on the menu. From school to incarceration to the grave. And this confronts us all the time. So I say that with passion, not criticism, but with a high mark of recommendation. And also, several years ago, I met with Barney about getting back engaged once I was traveling corporate America for a number of years. And it's been a long time, but I'm glad I'm here today. Last minute, I found I was going to be here, and I'm here. So I want to be a part of that equation, part of that solution.
Thank you so much, Wendell. Appreciate it. Thank you for being here, and we look forward to partnering with you. And we'll lift that up as these proposals are going forward. We want our young women and women to be successful. We want to make sure our young men are identified as a priority as well. Thank you for that. Jane, school board member.
Just to follow up on that and bring it back all the way to where we started with the data, which I'm such a geek. I thought that was fascinating. Thank you very much. But one of the things you showed was the allocation of resources between East Omaha and West Omaha, basically. And one of the items on there was recreational centers, if I remember correctly. And East Omaha, which is east of 72nd Street, so it's not even necessarily the North Omaha neighborhood, had 3 recreational centers, if I remember, and the other ones had like 15 or something. So I guess part of my question is giving young men an opportunity to have places to go. And I know that that's something that Leo Lewis has mentioned several times. Does some of this development that we're talking about incorporate or offer spaces that can be used? And I know it's a tough thing to do, but I guess my question is, how much does any of the development we're talking about provide or somewhat equalize that disparity that we learned about in the first presenter?
Good. Great question. I know for sure that some of what Senator Wayne is working on, at least 2 rec centers, I believe, are a part of that initial recommendation, but we'll definitely take that back to a number of the speakers to make sure that that's not left out. Sorry. Here and then over here. You go ahead, and then we'll come right over. Press that. There you go. There you go.
North Omaha is really taking advantage of the senior developments like senior housing, Nobility Park, Salem, and all this. But there's not one, I don't think there's one senior center in North Omaha. They had one in OIC is closed down. The one up there at Adams Park is severely underfunded. It needs to be expanded. So if they're gonna do all the housing, well, what about a senior center in the area? You know, there's nothing.
And you're thinking, when you say senior, like activities, a place where seniors can come together
Yeah,
for.
all over town, you got these
Yeah.
senior centers,
Okay.
you know,
Yep.
and
Okay.
intercultural senior center where
Gotcha.
seniors go and
Yes.
and have activities and whatnot.
Okay. Thank you
So
very
if
much.
you got all the housing, I mean, that just seems natural.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Wendy Goldberg. I'm the Executive Director of the Tri-Faith Initiative. Thank you for bringing together such an amazing group of cross-sector thinkers. It's very powerful to witness what happened today. And yet it's increasingly important to remember that the North Omaha community or the Black community is not a monolith, and there are voices that are not represented here today. And so I appreciate that some of those are those who were not funded or recommended yet. I think there's still a lot of pain in our community about that. And I would invite more listening sessions and conversations for the voices that are not represented yet in this room today.
Good. Thank you very much for that. As we have those conversations, I know, again, Senator Wayne and McKinney, as he mentioned, they're planning to do, I'm not how many town halls, but that will be communicated. And we certainly are open, and I've shared with them that we're open to co-hosting or doing something as well. And if you could even help us make sure that we reach out and get, as I mentioned, and in the slides that David has been presenting for the last 10 years, even in North Omaha, the diversity has increased dramatically. And we want to make sure that we are doing a better job of reflecting that, but then also citywide, north and south. So thank you for your comment, Wendy. Yes.
Hi, I'm Mike Fisk, and a lot of discussion today, economic development, urban core, ownership, education, collaboration, et cetera, opportunities. And I walked in today with a point to me that seemed very important, and it still is, but I realized there's a lot going on thanks to what you're doing and everybody here is doing. My point was, Omaha has such a rich culture and history, and we've heard a couple of news stories recently about streetcar, and Omaha World Herald's had a couple of articles, and I'm being facetious, but the east-west corridor, Farnham-Harney, and what I've heard today, what my points were going to be, how about north-south, but after listening to Vita and Justin Wayne and others, it can't be overstated that the importance of urban core development is north, south, east, west, and the fact that it's about economic development and all those things that we talked about today, but it's also about celebration. My wife and I were at a jam session 3 weeks ago on 90th and Fort. And I mean, you talk about some music that was just unreal. And I believe Richie Love, I mean, there were others there that it was awesome. Should have been, I was hoping it would have been at the showcase. I thought it was. And when I found out it wasn't, I was really disappointed. But I mean, there's so much to celebrate across this city that having state-of-the-art public transportation, whether it's a streetcar or whatever, but the focus and importance of that north, south, east, west to bring people together. I mean, we're one city, and let's really do it. And what I heard today is a lot of people saying, yeah, it's in the works. Thank goodness.
Yeah, matter of fact, that was the first I heard of it today. I didn't realize that bill had been introduced for that north-south. So that's really encouraging, so absolutely. Thank you. We got some notes on that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brieful. I am truly thankful for what the Empowerment Network has been able to do in bringing us together, and all the partners that we associate with. because it's really important. It's really important that we all come together and that all of our voices are heard and that we feel properly represented. And so given that, I just want to know, what we can do, what I can do to make sure that more youth voices are centered, because we talked so much about our youth today, but we didn't hear from anybody under the age of 30 today. And so I think we need to be a little bit more intentional about targeting them and making sure that their voices are heard. And so my question is, what can I do? What can we do to center those youth voices?
Thank you, Bree. And first of all, congratulations on your position. And I don't know if everybody's aware that she's on the school board, so congratulations. And to your point, I know we host, for example, back in November, we had 200 youth from primarily Omaha Public Schools at North, and amazing what they had to say. So I appreciate not just hearing from them, but bringing them here so they can actually speak and be on panels, and so we can hear as a collective voice. So thank you for that. I will tell you that one of the things that we have proposed as far as what has been recommended for the Empowerment Network is not only to hear their voice, but to set up a youth leadership fund where the youth themselves are identifying projects they believe should be funded, and then they're actually operating it and moving into implementation. So the youth voice, leadership, and youth guided investment is what we want to do with a part of what we're doing. So thank you for your comment, Bree. All right, Chrome.
All right, Chrome, Cozy Outreach. Ms. Erdenberger, you was my teacher back in the day. You remember me? To piggyback off what she said, I think it's really important for the youth to have somewhere to go, because you can't expect an adolescent mind to create their own version of positive fun. These are premature mindsets, and that's why we got houses getting shot up and stuff like that going on, because the youth don't have nothing. They don't have no family fun center. They don't have no skate days. They don't have nothing to do. So I think what she said is real important. And I think that we really need to highlight on that. And also, in regards to these type of meetings, Willie, what I will say is thank you. Thank you for the diversity this year. And I think that this is a positive step towards change, incorporating people from grassroots in with everything else going on. I think that everybody needs everybody, and that it's real important that you continue to do it this way, because that's the only way we're gonna have positive change in the community, is if we all come together from on all levels, up here to down here to way down here. We all got to come together and we can create positive change. So I commend you for having diversity, and I think that you should, moving forward, continue on this path, because that's the right direction.
Thank you, Chrome. Appreciate it. Yeah, we can celebrate them. That's fine. And Chrome, I thank you for that. And just similar to what we said to Wendy and to Bree and others. And again, thank you, Tamika, for all your work on the street level as well. We'll need your help to identify who else we can get and get to the table to be a part of panels, presentations, so we can keep that work moving forward. But I just want to close out. I know we're at 1 o'clock. I did just get a text from Justin Wayne. His daughter's game is over. He asked, should he try to make it back? I said, I think we're done. But it appears, how many people would be open to, first of all, we do have February 11th scheduled as a follow-up, and I will try everything I can to get as many of the speakers that presented today back to do an open dialogue, Q&A. How many people would be want a follow-up specifically around some of what you heard today? Raise your hand up real quick, just so I can let him know. Okay, so I've told him that it looks like there's interest in a follow-up. We'll try to make that February 11th, if not sooner, and also be open and get information out about other forums that may be coming, so we can continue this conversation and continue this work. I just want to pause for a moment. There's a lot of folks in here to recognize, but I keep looking at Imani and her mother that are from Idle Vital Living. There are some of the entrepreneurs in the room, so want to celebrate them launching and expanding a business on 24th Street. Mr. McMorris, thank you for coming back in. Charles Drew, CEO. Kenny, we'll make sure you're a part of that panel conversation if you're available on the 11th. With that, I think we're good. I appreciate it, everybody. Thank you again, David, for your presentation. All the data will be wrapped up and put into a presentation report that will be available on February 11th. Pastor Page, if you would come and prepare to close us out, if you don't mind, I want to close us out the way we started with prayer. Vicki, or Jonathan, is there anything that I missed? So please do that. There's index cards that will help us get prepared for the February 11th meeting, which I encourage you, share the word. Again, I think we had close to 400, if not over 400 people between in the room and on Zoom today. So we want to keep this moving, and we definitely want to keep this collaboration driving. So thanks to everybody that presented. God bless each and every one of you. Pastor Page.
Let us pray. Dear God, we come just to say thank you for this meeting on today. We couldn't do any of these things without you. So God, we pray your blessings upon these plans and ideas today, that you will continue to open up doors for resources and people to work the resources, that we would make a change in our community. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Good job, man. Good job.